Hello, mic test. Hello, hello. Check one, two. Hello, hey. Check one, two, three, four. Hello, mic test. Check, check, check.
Cyber attacks. Security is sort of parallel to functionality. And as we go into the connected world, a functionally correct software alone will not be sufficient. We need to have that functionally correct software to be secure. This course, as I see, lays a very strong foundation and also
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please be seated. Request everybody to kindly settle down. We are about to begin. Hello. We request everybody to please settle down. We are going to start with our program very shortly. Dear all, we are about to begin shortly. Please be seated. Meanwhile, I'll request all of you to kindly switch your mobile to silent mode to avoid interruption. Kindly switch your mobile to silent mode. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with our event. Please be seated. Okay. We'll request those who have joined now to kindly switch their mobiles to silent mode. This will help us conduct the event in a graceful manner. Thank you for your patience. You have been a lovely audience so far. Thank you. It's just a moment now. Our guests have already arrived. As soon as they join us here, we'll start.
Nurturing innovation and entrepreneurship करके पकड़ूंगा कॉपी करके रखना नर्चरिंग इनोवेशन ये कॉपी कर दो हाँ पेनड्राइव बात में ले लो सर का ही है इसका ही है
थोड़ी देर बात करना
ओके 2 सेकेंड
So we shall now start our program. I'm really privileged to have the pleasant task of welcoming the distinguished gathering. On this auspicious day of Gudi Padwa, myself, Dr. Anindita Banerjee, On behalf of the entire C-DAC family, welcome all our distinguished guests, invitees, members from the media, and attendees to this 36th Foundation Day of C-DAC. Welcome, everybody. C-DAC's Foundation Day comes as a blessing, as the day converges with the divine festival of Gudi Padwa. It marks the beginning of New Year in the state of Maharashtra. This day is also celebrated as Ugadi in our neighboring states of Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, and as Chaitra Navaratri Ghatasthapana in North India. This day has its own importance in all our lives. Wish you and your family a very happy Gudi Padwa and a very happy Foundation Day. Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, today we have the honored to have the e-presence of Honorable Secretary MEITY, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, and Ms. Sunita Verma, Group Coordinator, MEITY R&D. Sir and ma'am, you're always there with us, and your presence is a moral boost for us. We are also deeply honored to have amongst us Padma Bhushan Professor A.S. Pillai and Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar. We are highly honored, sir, that you are amongst us today and grateful for the graciously and readily accepting our invitation. Now, without further any delay, let's begin the event with the traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony and mark the beginning of today's event. For this, I heartily welcome on the dais Director General C-DAC, Shri E. Magesh, Executive Director C-DAC Pune, Colonel A.K. Nath, Registrar C-DAC, Mr. Sunil Misarji, and our distinguished guests, Professor A.S. Pillai and Dr. Raghunath Mashelkarji. Thank you, sir. You are all requested to please take your seats on the dais. According to our Indian tradition, any auspicious beginning should be started with a prayer. We will offer our tribute to Mata Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, music, art, wisdom, and nature. In her glory, Jaya Jaya Devi Charachara Share, Kuchajaga Shobhita Muktahare, Veena Ranjita Pustaka Haste, Bhagavati Bharati Devi Namaste. Now, let us welcome Ms. Srilata to recite the Saraswati Vandana.
माणिक्यवीणाम् उपलालयन्ती मदालसां मञ्जुळवाग्विलासां माहेन्द्रनीलद्युतिकोमलाङ्गीं मातङ्गकन्यां मनसा स्मरामि चतुर्भुजे चन्द्रकलावतंसे कुचोन्नते कुङ्कुमरानशोभे पुण्डेषु पाशाङ्कुश पुष्पबाणहस्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते जगदेक मातः।
Thank you, Madam, for the lovely rendition. Now, I request our Director General to kindly present our guests with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. We now request our Executive Director of C-DAC Pune, Shri Karnal Nath, to present a token of appreciation to the Director General C-DAC, Shri E. Magesh ji. Thank you, sir. For the welcome address, I would like to now request Executive Director of C-DAC Pune to kindly welcome our guests. Colonel Ashit Kumar Nath, Executive Director C-DAC Pune, is an alumnus of NDA Khadakwasla and IMA Dehradun. Colonel Nath joined C-DAC in July 2010 as Executive Director of C-DAC Calcutta after 25 years of rich and diverse experience in Indian Army Corps of Signals, which deals with communication and information technology needs of the Army. With his broad technological vision, he is contributing to building capacity and capability for the national supercomputing mission and spearheading various projects of national importance. He is also instrumental in driving the R&D activities in various thematic areas, namely exascale computing, microprocessor and professional electronics, quantum computing, AI and language computing, to name a few. He has also formulated the transfer of technology policy and the commercialization policy of C-DAC. Sir, kindly come, sir.
A very good afternoon and happy Gudi Padwa and greetings on the occasion of the Foundation Day, 36th Foundation Day of this great institution called C-DAC. We have with us in fact, we have the honor and the privilege to have with us very great visionaries, achievers, the likes of Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar ji, former Director General CSIR, Padma Bhushan Dr. A. Shivatanu Pillai, former MD and CEO, BrahMos Aerospace, and the online presence of our ever-supporting Secretary MEITY, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, and our Group Coordinator R&D in IT, Srimati Sunita Verma ji, Shri E. Magesh with us, Director General C-DAC, all my distinguished colleagues present here, all guests who have come from outside and joined us in this great occasion, all the people who have joined from other centers, 12 centers have joined us on this webcast today. It is indeed my proud privilege and honor once again to welcome you to yet another milestone crossed by C-DAC as we gather and celebrate the 36th Foundation Day of C-DAC. To us, it is more than just a reason to celebrate, but an opportunity to reflect on the milestones that we have crossed and the journey that lies ahead. In all humility, I can only confess that we have braved the odds to reach this juncture where we have earned the trust of our nation and our fellow citizens. This trust is as much the product of our hard work and innovation as also the support, the cooperation of our predecessors, stakeholders, and well-wishers alike. Hence, this celebration extends from beyond us to envelop a wider set of audiences, many of whom are seated here amongst us today. On behalf of all the members of the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, I would like to warmly welcome all of you who have joined us from far and wide and physically to invigorate the atmosphere. I'm equally overwhelmed to mention that we are joined by some eminent stalwarts from the science and technology field who have extended to us the proud privilege of participating in our celebrations. Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Anant Mashelkar ji, who is the former Director General of Mashelkar, CSIR, he needs no introduction, but still, I would say that he's ever supportive to C-DAC, and we are fortunate enough to have his gracious presence today. He's the one who has been here on these kind of occasions earlier also, and he has the ability to galvanize, to energize, and to motivate any audience to teach us the correct meaning of dedication, what is R&D, and so on and so forth. So we are really privileged by your presence here, sir. We welcome you. Padma Bhushan Dr. A. Shivatnu Pillai is also known as the father of BrahMos, a personality having several feathers in his cap. He is also awarded the Order of Friendship, which is a decoration of the Russian Federation. The Order of Friendship, awarded to Russian and foreign nationals for special merit in strengthening peace, friendship, cooperation, and understanding between nations for fruitful work on the convergence and mutual enrichment of cultures, of nations and people. We welcome you to C-DAC's Foundation Day, sir. We are very much delighted to have you as part of our event and enthusiastically wait to hear from you. I also welcome our esteemed Secretary, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, who has always been a supporting pillar to C-DAC. Sir, we are more than happy that despite your very busy schedule, we'll be able to hear from you online. We welcome you to this event, sir. Sunita Verma, who is also working shoulder to shoulder with us and supporting us in all our endeavors. Madam, we cherish your online presence with us today on this occasion and welcome you to the ceremony. I cordially welcome our Director General, Shri E. Magesh. I welcome all the esteemed guests from all institutions in Pune and from outside who have joined us physically and who are watching our program online. And last but not the least, all C-DACians, their families who are present here as well as who has joined online. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Last 1 year has been filled with numerous achievements and activities for C-DAC. I now request our Director General, Shri E. Magesh ji, to kindly brief us all about it. Shri E. Magesh has taken charge as Director General C-DAC since April 2022. He's spearheading number of national mission programs like National Supercomputing Mission, Microprocessor Development, and C-DAC mission mode programs like HPC, AI, Cybersecurity, Quantum Microprocessor, and Next Generation Computing. Prior to this, Sri Mageshji was heading C-DAC Thiruvananthapuram Center as the Executive Director and C-DAC Hyderabad Center as Director, and has also served as Vice President of an MNC. Sri Mageshji has more than 29 years of diversified experience ranging from design engineering, project management, and delivery of turnkey projects. His visionary approach is also helping us in consolidating C-DAC's position in quantum computing. This shall enable applications to solve grand challenges and societal problems, having economic impact leveraging cutting-edge scientific research. Sir, I now request you to kindly take the stage.
Padma Bhushan, Dr. Sivadhanu Pillai, founder of BrahMos. Padma Vibhushan, Raghunath Mashelkar ji, Secretary MEITY, Sri Alkesh Kumar, Madam Sunita Verma, GC and HOD of MEITY, distinguished guests on the dais, fellow C-DACians and the families. Good afternoon and welcome you to the 36th Foundation Day of C-DAC, and happy Gudi Padua and Ugadi to all of you. I'll be very brief in my presentation. I mean, there's a lot more of what C-DAC has achieved in the last 1 year. So, is it visible? Yes. So, as you all know that C-DAC has been established in 1988 to build supercomputers when India was denied supercomputers. And at that time, Padma Bhushan Dr. Bhatkar said through the then Prime Minister that we'll build our own supercomputer. And within few years' time and before time and within the budget, he was able to achieve that milestone at that point of time. And from then on, C-DAC never stopped building supercomputers. Today, we are in 12 centers across the country, close to 4,000 people, all of scientific staff working in supercomputer and many other areas. Our focus is mainly on core research and development, consultancy and services, and we have done exceptionally well in the last few years, and we have been consistently doing that. Our mission is to emerge as a premier R&D institute for design, development, and deployment of world-class electronic and ICT products and solutions for economic and human advancement. And we continuously hold this forte, and we are delivering on this. Our expertise area includes HPC, along with that strategic electronics, Digital India RISC-V, quantum computing, cybersecurity, forensics, artificial intelligence and multilingual computing, heritage computing, health informatics, software, and education and training. Last 1 year, our achievements in HPC and quantum, we have been able to put together a 24 petaflop of system, and we are planning to have another 40 petaflop in the next 1 year to come. Already we have made 15 such installations across the country, and we have national supercomputing facility here in Pune, and one more coming in Bangalore. So far we have had about 70 lakhs HPC jobs already done on our system. We have done a lot of capacity building, about 18,000 plus people have already been trained on how to use HPC system and also how to develop softwares on these HPC systems. So these are our systems. Phase 1, we had about 5 installation, and phase 2, another 11. Totally about 15 systems are already there and running. Going forward, we'll have another 9 systems which will contribute to about 40 petaflop, and one big system is going to be in C-DAC Bangalore. And this was our display, and Honorable Prime Minister who came and visited our stall in DIW, Gujarat. He was very keen to know what we are doing, and we are trying to explain to him about our HPC's motherboard that we have done indigenously in the country, and also about our bioinformatics works that has happened around drug discovery for COVID. So I was very keen and happy to know about our progress. In the application areas, our application teams have been continuously working on flood warning systems, especially river basin floods, along with many institutes and CWC. Genomics drug discovery is another big area. Our team, along with other institutes, have been doing significant works in this area. Urban modeling, air quality monitoring systems, and especially for disaster management and forest fire, a lot of works are happening in this particular. Seismic imaging for oil and gas exploration, another big area for us. MPP lab is a unique application wherein applications has to run real time. It demands both network and compute at the same time. So this is one such unique application that C-DAC along with IAC were working on this. A lot of work is happening on application porting because the traditional software doesn't work, doesn't know about what parallel computing is all about. So we need to work closely with such application developers and make sure they are run on HPC systems. So our Rudra, we call something called Rudra server. This is an indigenously developed HPC server board that we have developed. There are two variants of that. One is a 1U, and then another one is a 2U, which will carry 2 accelerator cards. This was done entirely Windows by our own staff who are sitting here. And this can run, this can accommodate a cascade-like CPU at this moment, and along with that, NVIDIA and AMD GPUs. Going forward, we'll have a series of Rudra servers called as Rudra 2.0 and 3.0 and so on, which will accommodate the next generation of Intel, AMDs, and ARM and other kind of processor which is upcoming in the future. Today, we are placed in order for about 6,000 such Rudra boards. And these Rudra boards will be used in all the 9 systems that is going to come up in the next 1 year. So thereby we can confidently say that we are designing and building and manufacturing HPC systems in the country. What you see on the right is the interconnect. When you talk about HPC, it's not only about compute processor, we also need efficient interconnect to talk to each other. This is one of the kind in the world with the first development. More than 2 decades of effort has gone into this, completely in-house developed. More than 5 generations of such network card has happened, and this will be the 5th generation of card. This will completely offload all kind of TCP and other kind of latency intensive software layers onto the hardware. And further application-specific networking and connectivity can be managed with this, so that less amount is spread or even actually zero effort on the switch activities happening in this. These are some of our quantum related works. So we have worked closely with IISc Bangalore to develop this QSIM and make this a usable system. Our teams in C-DAC Bangalore and Hyderabad worked on making this QSIM possible and make available on the cloud environment. And then we have also worked very closely with the IISc team to have the control electronics on an FPGA board. Today we have about 1 qubit and 4 qubit systems up and running in IISc, and we are supporting them with this kind of FPGA-based hardware. And we work very closely with SETS and IIT Madras to make quantum single photon communication so that quantum key distribution can happen without any issues. So there is a network which is created between these 3 centers and what we call as Metropolitan Area Network, shortly MACAN. This is up and running and we are able to demonstrate. And this has been demonstrated over public fiber net. So which means that you need not draw any specific optical cable. And then we are into free space communication, free space QKD distribution, which means We will have a QKD distributed where you cannot afford to have, or there is no possibility to have a LAN connection. So we want to use drone systems to make the connection and still deliver the quantum key. Recently, we conducted International Quantum Computing Symposium, in which we had a lot of speakers from abroad and within the country. A lot of insights came about what is to be done on cryo-based refrigeration system for supercomputing systems. A lot of papers have been published in that symposium about how to create control and monitoring electronics. A lot of companies came here and set up their booths. They also demonstrated what capabilities they have in the quantum area. In fact, we came out with a white paper as to what should be our India's way forward in the quantum computing. And this has been published. And also, a lot of inputs have been taken from this to create a quantum computing hub proposal, which is being submitted to the NMQTA for Government of India. These are some of our international collaboration. We had MEITY secretary signing MOU with EU, DG Connect, and then we have a French delegation which came to C-DAC offering their technologies and collaborating to, along with us to make a hybrid system so that and we take not big steps, at least some baby steps, so that we go from HPC to a hybrid quantum and then full-fledged quantum mission. So Digital India RISC-V is a major activity of, a major initiative of Ministry of Electronics, IT, and our Minister, Honorable Minister of State, Rajesh Chandrasekhar ji, is driving it from the front. A lot of work has happened in this area. In this, in C-DAC, the chips that we develop, we call it as Digital India RISC-V Vega-based processors. So far, we have taped out two such variants of this processor. One is a 32-bit processor, another one is a 64-bit. The 32-bit is expected to be a low-cost, high-volume kind of application. It runs bare metal operating system. It is fully functional. We got the samples and also delivered and distributed to multiple institutes and agencies for evaluation. And so far, it has come out with flying colors. At the same time, we also had another tape-out, which is a 64-bit variant of the same thing, which can run full-fledged Linux operating system. Here again, chips are expected from SEL Foundry. The soon we'll have, and in fact, we went one step forward to make sure the libraries are further optimized so that it can use multiple layers of the foundry so that the real estate could come down. And because of the heavy load in the SEL Foundry, we are yet to receive those chips tested. Going forward, as we speak today, we have a dual core chip is being taped out by our team. And in the coming years, we'll have a quad core and an octa core. And a lot of boards and evaluation boards have been done following industry standards so that this can be a plug and play replacement for any commercially available boards and microcontrollers available. The software and ecosystem is completely supported by our C-DAC and along with the community. So there is another initiative of MEITY which is called Chip to Startup Program. Earlier it was called Special Manpower Development Program, wherein all colleges in the country, all IITs, IISs, they got funding to set up VLSI labs so that the students can learn about the VLSI design activity, the fabrication and so on. They could also do some tape out. And now in this particular phase, we are also including the startups so that startups can come out with the real usable systems. So all the while, from the beginning, C-DAC has been supporting this program with what we call as a chip center, which is running out of Bangalore, which has now been renamed as Chip India or Chip In Center. So the objective of the center is to handhold anybody who wants to do a chip tape out and get it fabricated on an MPW and get it packaged and tested and then do some evaluation. So this chip-in center Apart from giving this support, they also, today, and from this phase onwards, they will be supporting them with EDA tool grid and other consultant mentoring activities. In strategic electronics, a lot of work has happened along with the Indian Navy, Air Force, and the Army. Significant work has happened on the submarine echo sounder and electromagnetic logs, and then underwater drone systems. And we have worked closely with ISRO in using ultrasonic based solid propellant burn rate measurement system. And a lot of work has happened along with the DRDO also. The same system has been used by the DRDO's torpedoes and missiles program. Today, jointly along with ISRO, we are trying to give this know-how or the technology to the DRDO so that they can take it forward. Some companies have shown interest, especially the ultrasonic propellant-based things. Some companies have already shown interest to take it forward, so that they can make product, replicate that in multiples, so that it can be deployed in various places. We have worked closely with HAL to make an indigenous helicopter control system. Earlier, it used to be an analog-based design. Over a period of time, these analog systems tend to drift from the actual functionality and thereby failing the system. So now with C-DAC's technology, which is fully digital, even with aging and shelf life, all of that, they will consistently perform whenever they are taken out and then used in the field. So thereby saving valuable life and systems. So there are many more of such works happening from the strategic electronics side. Portable Tetra base station is a base station which sits in between the extreme base station and the man pack. So this can be carried onto a mobile platform, so that you can deploy such systems in ad hoc manner and then carry out networking in times of calamity. This was launched by our Honorable Secretary, MEITY, on 4th March. NAMPET, National Mission on Power Electronics, has done a lot of products and solutions for the energy sector, smart energy meter, EV charger, StatCom, and many other things in this area. I mean, they are working, a lot of work is happening in the planar transformers so that we can reduce the size of transformers, high frequency transformers so that the size can be further reduced. We have worked very closely with Annat Government of Kerala in putting up a 1 megawatt plant. We have worked with boat house operators so that they can have a fully self-reliant solar PV-based LVDC powering system so that they don't have to rely on any conventional powers. So we work very closely with utility companies to give them solutions on smart energy meter and other metering infrastructure solutions. Agri-electronics, a lot of work is happening in this area, and mostly from C-DAC Kolkata. They are specialized in sensor electronics. The quality of the products, solution, a lot of products have come out in the past. The recent year, they worked on air quality monitoring system and biosensing of endocrine distributing chemicals. So these are very critical in aquatic systems where if these chemical levels go up, the aqua beings, they have difficulty in growing and sustaining life in that form. So these are some of the things which were recently launched. Agnivesh is a wireless early fire detection system. So this is a need of our for any high-rise building where there's a potential of fire. So this is one kind of IoT-based system which will detect fire and give an early warning to us. So a lot of work is happening in the IoT products and solutions. What we called as we have coined a name called Indus IoT. And on the same line, we have made an Indus Copter. So these are some of the solutions which goes into smart cities application. Health informatics, eSanjeevani is the world's largest telemedicine implementation. More than 10 crore consultations has already happened on the platform. From pre-COVID until now, the consultation is going on, rising exponentially. It brings in a lot of doctors and patients onto a platform. So most of the doctors are government staff, and they offer free consultation on this platform. This is, right now it is geo-fenced, but going forward we would want to use AI and other language technology so that cross-state or cross-language, without any language barrier, consultations could happen. Recently, our Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned that in his Man Ki Baat program. E-Shushruth is a hospital management information system, and this is the only software that is required to run the entire hospital. Starting from a patient getting admitted, inpatient at OP, and then going through all the treatment procedures, and then and getting discharged from the hospital. This software also takes care of staff attendance and other management aspects of the hospital. We have done a lot of implementation of that. More than 800 Indian railway hospitals are using this. AIIMS is using that. And a lot of state governments have adopted this. And the work is in progress. I would say about 30 to 40% of all government hospitals in the country are covered by this particular software. E-Rattakosh is the blood bank system with which you can identify and locate where exactly a particular blood group is available. And then this brings on board all the blood banks, and with this platform, a lot of new blood banks have come up in the country. And now it becomes easy for a person in need to go and access this particular resource. Karkat Nirmay Yantra is another cancer screening system, which is developed by our C-DAC Kolkata. So this is patented, and we are expecting some TOT partners to take it forward. E-Ashodi is a drug and vaccine distribution management system. So with this, we are able to control and manage all the supply chain for government hospitals, ensuring transparent distribution of drugs and other things. E-Upakran is actually a stores application for all the hospital equipment, and it also ensures the health of those equipment so that we will know where exactly there's a large amount of demand for such equipment and where it could be availed. Service scan is another scanning, cervical cancer screenings equipment that, it's the system that has been developed by C-DAC Trivandrum. A company called Cert Electronics has already taken a TOT, and there will be, actually this brings down the cost of this service scan today, which is costing around 25 lakhs. With this, it comes down to about 5 lakhs something. And make this particular technology affordable to different sectors of the country. Mobile telemedicine has been done for a few places in the Uttar Pradesh. Televeterinary system has been done in multiple places in Kerala. And a few works is happening with the Wayanadu district, where we are trying to, Government of India, MEITY is trying to do with, along with the state government, to have a digitally connected tribal colonies. Here again, we are trying to deploy all our health products and then education products and make it available for the tribal communities. In cybersecurity, our C-DAC Mohali, C-DAC Chennai, and Trivandrum Center, along with their secure operating system and remote management system. So they are offering this C-DAC SIM, which is Security Information Event Management. And this is a kind of monitoring system wherein it will automatically detect, but of course with the manual intervention of the people who are manning this around the clock, they will be able to detect any cyber attack onto a system. This is expected to be there in any kind of organization, but the organization's focus will be there on their business rather than security, and this takes a second priority for them. So C-DAC with its software solution and the managed SOC operation which is happening from Trivandrum, we offer this to any medium-sized enterprises or organizations who want to make use of this solution. Today we have deployments in RCA Hyderabad, Punjab University, NPA Hyderabad, And within C-DAC also, all our centers are covered by the same software solution. So this is wholly homegrown system that is being used by us. IoT security, so what we are trying to do is a lot of IoT devices are coming and nobody knows what kind of backdoor or time bomb it is carrying. So this particular national facility for security testing, evaluation, certification, we take such devices, we do thorough analysis and create a SOP so that STQC and other testing agencies can follow those procedures to identify threats in such new IoT device. This is a work in progress. Soon we'll have a report and a process document to be released to STQC. So Vishleshak is a mobile security solution. So we have too many applications which we don't know the source of that application, whether genuine functioning or they have malicious intent. Nothing of that is known. So we keep on installing that. This Vishleshak is a platform in which you can put your application and get a threat level. So this particular software will give an idea of what kind of threat that particular application is going to create on your mobile phone. And this was also launched by Honorable Secretary MEITY in 28 Jan. Ghost generation of in-house secure and trusted elliptic curve. So any kind of encryption key is somehow predictable or breakable with some lot of effort. But the C-DAC partner has come out with a trusted elliptic curve method so that there could be keys which are very hard to break. So that particular solution was launched by our Secretary MEITY, Sri Alkesh Kumarji. Information security service is other major area. So whenever people develop, they don't think about security. They go only address the functionality of the product or so a web application that they develop. Security takes a second thing for them. So, and that is the reason we need to do a continuous security audit of web application, perimeter systems, IT and OT applications. C-DAC is a certain empaneled auditor, and we have been successfully being empaneled year on year. And that is because of the kind of capability that the team has built over the years and also able to upgrade themselves to the next level. So this has been certified, and the whole of C-DAC take parts in this audit, and then we certify, and we make use of all of these tools, and our people are certified for this doing. National Blockchain Framework. So this is very much needed because this brings in the kind of audit which is to be done mandatorily, periodically, but National Blockchain Framework has, by the nature of the blockchain itself, it makes sure that it leaves an audit trail and also ensures that it is unhackable. So a lot of work is happening in this area, and going forward we'll have an NBF so that people can come on board. Depending on the applications, they can start using this framework. Software technologies and solutions. We do a lot of work in Aadhaar data vault and give it as a national service. Single sign-on. I mean, a lot of government software applications run with each having different sign-on, and we have unified that. Of course, with access control, any officer could log into a different application without having to re-log into them. And again, this was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister during the Digital India Week, and it was renamed as Meri Pechan, and C-DAC's contribution into that. eSign, eAshtakar is a software solution for doing e-signatures. Was developed in-house by C-DAC. More than 9 crore signatures have been done in the past and going strong. So we have two ways of doing this. One is on-premise and as a service. So if somebody wants to have their own eSign solution running from their own premises, we can do that. Or if they want to use and pay on the basis, and then they can approach C-DAC for this. Online labs has been there for some time, and this is the equivalent to a virtual lab of all the experiments that the primary, secondary, and higher secondary students, CBSE or any board would want to do, and is available free to use, and is again sponsored and by the Ministry of Electronics and IT. More than 200 plus labs have been created, and it has now been merged in the Diksha platform into the Ministry of Education. So we do a lot of examination software, and our team, C-DAC team, has been able to develop software which is close to unhackable. So which is able to detect any malpractice. And because of this, we were able to run a lot of large-scale examinations, especially Navy, Air Force, and Indian Coast Guard. All these examination selection exams come to us, and we run, operate, and do the selections for those agencies. Kandesh 2.0 is a memory and a neural machine translation-based mobile lab. This was also recently launched in Fiji, by our Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs. Yeah, I talked about this earlier. So we are into drone systems. There's a large program running on drone, which includes a few of the IITs, NITs, and IIITs, along with them C-DAC and NAILIT. Here the objective is to create capabilities and know-how as to how to design, develop, and manufacture drones. It talks about drone electronics, drone mechatronics, and the applications around that, making reliable drone and communication between the drone, collaborative drone movement. All of this has been taken as a research problem to create and have our own way of doing these things. So all these institutes are part of that, and C-DAC is a PMU and also as a participation entity. Cyber Closet, this is a facility done by our C-DAC Noida and Mohali team. This is where people come and get their training done in a virtual environment. This will emulate a cyber threat, and then there are two teams, the blue team and red team. The blue team try to create scenarios, and the red team tries to attack that and break the scenario. And there will be a capture the flag situation, and these teams will try to achieve that. And the other team will try to prevent the capture the flag event. So a lot of work has happened in making this virtual environment, and a lot of agencies have started using this platform. CyberGAN is another one, a self-paced learning and training for, especially for ACST, EWS, final year student. That is going on strong. Work-based learning program is specially designed for ACST, EWS, and women candidates. Here they get an opportunity to work with the C-DAC, NELIT, and SAMIR, and CMET, and other organizations, so that they can have a hands-on learning experience and also and understand the work environment in this organization and get the know-how and take it forward. This is a sponsored program from the Ministry of Electronics and IT, and it is free for them. Information security education awareness, we are into the third phase now. 2 phases are already over. It is all about spreading security awareness, educating them, and also training. Again, this is it's an initiative by the Ministry of Electronics and IT, and about 60 plus institutions in the country are part of this program. And today they focus on different problems in the cybersecurity space. C-DAC is working as a PMU as well as a PI, and other NAILIT and other organizations also part of it. NIT is part of it, CERT is part of it. We have ERNET, all other organizations also part of that. A lot of capacity has been built. Awareness materials have been created, and then they have been proliferated across the country through direct mode and indirect mode. A lot of programs have been created, and also specific awareness weeks have been done in each state and each district headquarters. Postgraduate diploma, so when C-DAC was started, we didn't have enough manpower to run the NSM program at that point of time. So it was felt that we should train a set of students and take the best out of them, and it's meant for our internal consumption. But slowly going forward, we developed into multiple of this PG diploma program, and today, apart from C-DAC's consumption that is less than 20%, the rest of the people, they go and get well placed elsewhere in the industry. So we are really happy to share that a lot of students get good packages after they finish their college and they go through this 6 months program. International activities. Our ICT team in MEITY as well as in C-DAC, we do a lot of work and set up ICT academies across the world. Mostly in South America, this is the map, mostly West Asia, some in West and some of them in South America, Southeast Asia. All of them through our in support of MEA, we are able to set up the ICT academies. And we also use this ICT academies to push our soft products and solutions to those countries, and they're very happy to take those technologies from us. Some of the awards. Recently, we got the 8th Digital Transformation Award for the M-Seva App Store. GeoSADAC, developed by C-DAC, in the geospatial area, was given awarded in the GeoSmart Infra. Blockchain, in Telangana, we had this Blockchain Sabha Award. Yeah, thank you, thank you all for the participation.
Thank you, sir. It is a pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Sunita Verma. Mrs. Sunita Verma, a computer scientist, is the Group Coordinator and Scientist G at Ministry of Electronics and IT, looking after the research and development activities. She has been playing a crucial role in development and promotion of electronics and IT across the country by way of formulation of policies, evolving R&D, proposals, their deployment, and commercialization. She was instrumental in creation of state-of-the-art VLSI labs across the country and initiated successful programs for nurturing 100 startups and MSMEs for fabless chip design and deployment. Due to her active involvement, we have country's first 64-bit microprocessor. She is currently heading the National Supercomputing Mission for development and deployment of state-of-the-art supercomputing facilities in the country. She has recently also been assigned the Group Coordinator for National Language Technology Mission, Bhashini, Technology for Transcending Language Barriers, Digital Inclusion, Digital Empowerment. Madam will be addressing us online. Ma'am, we request you to kindly give your address.
Thank you, and very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and the participants. I'm first of all apologize for not being there in person, and I wish you all a very happy 26th Foundation Day of C-DAC. And on this auspicious occasion of Gudi Parva, the New Year, I'm happy to be part of the C-DAC celebrations. From the day C-DAC was set up to build the supercomputers in 1988 to this day, the organization has been forging ahead in enabling the technologies which were used to develop a wide range of products and solutions, many of which have been successfully deployed and are in use in many key verticals such as defense, power, telecom, healthcare, agriculture, industrial control, broadcasting, entertainment, education, and e-governance. So from the portfolio, you can see that we started with the C-DAC as a supercomputing society. And it still is, I can proudly say, we associate supercomputing with C-DAC, but it has over the years forayed into many more areas, and keeping abreast with the technologies is building expertise in all these areas, as have been presented by DG C-DAC also. And it's impressive to visualize the technology areas that the C-DAC deals with today, from HPC to strategic electronics, quantum computing, multilingual computing, heritage computing, free and open source solutions, indigenous microprocessors, cybersecurity, blockchain, forensics, and health informatics. C-DAC has spread its wings across all the fields. It's not only that C-DAC is doing the research in this area, but it is also coming out with products which is commercially exploitable. We have had several technology transfers under other research projects which have been funded by the ministry, and I can proudly say that C-DAC has also uh, got some very good research projects or outsourced uh, jobs or some research contracts where they have successfully delivered the technology for the nation. The HPC and high performance and quantum computing is envisaged to play an important role in both scientific advancement and economic competitiveness of the nation. In this technology dominant world over, HPC and related applications become more and more relevant to our country to advance rapidly than the others. In this regard, I'm happy to see that C-DAC's Rudra server and the Tirnetra interconnects, which are poised to bring a completely indigenous supercomputing platform, is one of the success stories of C-DAC. Consequent to the expertise which has been gained through the execution of NSM, C-DAC, I feel, should now take some major steps for moving towards exascale computing. So we are in the league of few nations who have their own indigenously developed supercomputing technology, and we would not like to stop here. So at this moment, I'm also happy to see that the C-DAC's expertise is developing VLSI and embedded systems, microprocessors, the related firmware technologies, which form the key building block in many industrial and strategic technology areas. Digital India RISC-V program, the TETRA, the agri-electronics, intelligent transportation system, acoustic ultrasound-based systems, eco sounders for ships and submarines, underwater ranges, and ultrasonic landmine detection, etc. are few of the successful technologies that are very much associated with, the name is associated with C-DAC. And some of them are the proven examples of C-DAC's capabilities in this domain. It is very nice to see that C-DAC has been pioneer in rolling out some of the nation's key solutions for citizens, such as the emergency response support system, which is a platform to receive distress signal, helping the elderly and women community. And this is deployed in 28 states and union territories. Another recent example is the success of the e-Sanjeevani telemedicine solution, which was very successful during the COVID period. I think it was largely used by the citizens of the country. Establishment of various e-governance solutions like e-authentication through e-Praman, online digital signatures through e-Hastakshar, e-sign, cyber forensics are some of the key success stories which have really made us proud. So, as a country, it is important for us to be self reliant in many spheres, and in this era of digital transformation, I look upon C-DAC to take this spirit of innovation ahead and develop world class electronics and IT solutions for economic and human advancement. I look upon C-DAC as one of our premier research institutions, which is going to develop not only the future technologies but also the future solutions or products for the nation. As MEITY is known for applied research, so C-DAC is is a wing of MEITY which makes it possible to have this applied research translate to commercialization. C-DAC should mark its presence as at the global stage for accelerating its research and through focused problem-solving approach for devising citizens-centric solutions. And this would need C-DAC to orient its and energize it in select areas with some identified trust areas. And I'm looking forward to C-DAC playing a pivotal role in nurturing the talents from all the sources, leading towards solution architecting as well as bringing synergy amongst industry, especially startups, MSMEs, R&D institutions, academia, and industry to achieve the larger goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I once again wish the entire C-DAC family including myself, I feel I'm part of that C-DAC family. A very happy New Year and very happy Foundation Day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. C-DAC, being a supercomputing organization, has been dedicatedly working towards providing HPC services to the researchers, engineers, and professionals nationwide. The past couple of years have seen a boom in the use of HPC in different applications of disaster management, bioinformatics, atmospheric sciences, and earth sciences, to name a few. Today, on the occasion of the Foundation Day of C-DAC, we will be releasing the HPC usage report and the papers and publications reported. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the HPC usage report. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you. Congratulations to the entire HPC team for their dedicated efforts. The past year has been very fruitful for C-DAC in terms of the research and development, and this has been compiled in the form of a booklet, C-DAC in News. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release C-DAC in News. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you. We would now be proceeding towards the showcase of C-DAC technologies. I request Ms. Meeta Karazgi, Senior Director, Product Services and Outreach Corporate C-DAC, to brief us about the products. Ma'am, please come up on the dais.
Good evening, everybody, and a very happy Gudi Padwa. New launches are an integral part of C-DAC's Foundation Day celebration. 10 nominations were received from 12 centers, and they were vying for the prestigious slot. It was indeed a daunting task to select the top few based on the present-day technological relevance and societal impact. The first new launch of this Foundation Day is C-DAC Honeypot Framework. As you all are aware, cyber threats are a veiled demon in today's digital world. C-DAC's Honeypot Framework enables monitoring, analysis, and mitigation of cyber threats, unique advantage to track, and study the behavior of attackers. It helps to gain a better understanding of the attack methods, detect new threats and vulnerabilities. Thus, effectively, security measures can be developed that can serve as a deterrent for cyber crimes. The second new launch of the Foundation Day is Forest Fire Spread Simulation System using high-performance computing. class model suited to Indian forest types. This high-performance computing forest fire spread modeling framework is based on an open-source coupled atmosphere wildfire model. Using the parameters acquired from the satellite or provided by the forest officials on the ground, the modeling framework can provide a fire spread area up to next 48 hours. This will not only help the management authorities, but also help in preparation of mitigation plans and safeguard life and property. The third launch of the day is an online course on software security. Cybersecurity threats is a new reality, and we are normally addressing it reactively. By following standardized software security practices, one can minimize the attack surfaces and address the problem proactively, leading to secure software. The online course on software security focuses on writing resilient software and is relevant to every software engineer. Experiential learning is in the form of videos, lab experiments, evaluations, and is augmented with mentoring security training kit. The kit provides a realistic environment for users to understand attacks on the SCADA environment. Users trained on this kit can build the required network topology and realize attack scenarios. It is embedded with necessary simulated components like remote terminal units, programmable logic controllers, switches, firewalls, etc., running over a single board computer communicating through SCADA protocols. Thank you, everybody. Over to the...
Thank you, ma'am. I now request our distinguished guests, Dr. Mashelkar and Dr. Pillai, to kindly do the honors for the new launches. The first product to be launched today is Honeypot Framework. May we have the audio visual for the product?
In this highly connected world, we are constantly witnessing an increasing number and types of cyber attacks that pose significant threat to the citizens, governments, and private entities. Too many unknown vulnerabilities with ever-increasing sophistication make it pertinent for the organizations to adopt advanced security measures that can help detect and prevent attacks proactively. This will keep the defenders a step ahead of the attackers by giving them an insight into the tools, techniques, and targets of the adversaries. To strengthen the cyber preparedness of the country, Center for Development of Advanced Computing, C-DAC, has developed the C-DAC Honeypot Framework, also called CHF, which is an integrated solution that provides monitoring, analysis, and mitigation of cyber threats. A unique advantage of this framework is that it provides threat hunting and threat intelligence, as it allows the organizations to identify, track, and study the behavior of attackers and enables the security professionals to gain a better understanding of the attack methods, detect new threats and vulnerabilities, and develop more effective security measures. The CHF can be customized to mimic a wide range of network configurations and application environments, thus making them useful for detecting attacks that may go unnoticed. C-DAC Honeypot Framework is a unique, scalable, portable, and cost-effective solution that allows users to create, configure, and manage low-interaction honeypots. It can be used both inside and outside of enterprise networks to capture attacks, targeting a wide range of IT devices, including IoT devices, Windows systems, and web servers. In addition to providing threat hunting and threat intelligence, the framework can also serve as a deterrent for cyber criminals. The framework comes with a range of features such as wide range of honeypot sensor for comprehensive threat monitoring, array of analysis engines for threat prediction, real-time threat intelligence generation, unified single dashboard for visualization, monitoring, and management. Finite state machine-based vulnerability emulation modules, standalone and distributed mode support, real-time messaging and alerting mechanism. C-DAC's honeypot framework, thus, is a step towards making India a cyber sovereign nation.
We will request Dr. Pillai to kindly unveil the product. Sir. I will also request the team members to kindly come up to the dais for the launch. Oh, yeah, so please come. And I'll request all the audience to please be generous in clapping. I think a lot of efforts goes into it. So let us give them a big round of applause. Let's keep clapping. I think, he deserves it, right?
In the last couple of years in different parts of the world. For example, California, USA, Canada, and Australia. In the Indian context, significant forest fires occurred previously in Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, northeastern states, Odisha, and more recently in Goa. As reported by the Forest Survey of India, more than 3 lakh forest fires were detected by SNPP VIRS satellite in India from November 2020 to June 2021. Uncontrolled forest fires result in losses of lives and properties. It is therefore important to have a forecast model suited to Indian forest types, which can forecast the potential fire spread, thereby giving sufficient lead time to plan and carry out mitigation activities. C-DAC Pune has developed a high-performance computing forest fire spread modeling framework based on an open-source coupled atmosphere wildfire model. This work has been carried out in collaboration with the Department of Science and Technology, Sikkim, and Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, under a project funded by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. The framework requires information about fire ignition location acquired by satellite or provided by the forest officials on the ground, fuel parameters based on field investigations and reference observations, land use land cover map, elevation information, and forecasted atmospheric data to provide the probable forest fire spread. Forest officers can simulate the forest fire spread by sending the input information to the orchestration framework through a server. An orchestration framework automatically logs into the HPC system to run the simulation. Geo-referenced images of the forecasted fire spread area up to the next 48 hours are sent back to the forest officers. Functionality to send the proximity-based SMS alerts to the stakeholders has been provided to minimize the losses. This modeling framework will help forest officers and disaster management authorities in planning resource allocation to control the spread of forest fires and safeguard lives and properties.
Now, we will request Dr. Mashelkar ji to kindly unveil the product. Meanwhile, we'll like to call the team members on the dais. Can we have a big round of applause? There are quite a lot of people. I'm sure, a lot of efforts are poured in here. Let's keep clapping. Congratulations to the team. So we can now pose for the photograph. So please wait, I think we are still. Excellent work, team. Thank you. So our next product is the launch of online course on software security. May we have the audio visual of the course, please?
In today's digital age, software is everywhere. From the apps on our smartphones to the software on industrial control systems, we rely on software for many aspects of our lives. But with this dependence comes a risk. Hackers and cybercriminals are constantly looking for vulnerabilities in software that they can exploit for their own gain. Hence, it is crucial to have a solid understanding of software security. That's where the software security course of C-DAC comes in. It is a comprehensive practical course covering the various aspects any software engineer needs to know about software security.
C-DAC is launching this online course on software security. There is an overall necessity for us to develop software that is secure so that it is resilient and it is capable of handling, robust enough to handle external cyber attacks. Security is sort of parallel to functionality, and as we go into the connected world, a functionally correct software alone will not be sufficient. We need to have that functionally correct software to be secure. This course, as I see, lays a very strong foundation and also is expected to teach a large spectrum of software development and the related security issues. This is very apt. This has come on in very appropriate time. I congratulate C-DAC on its 36th Foundation Day for launching this very important course. And I'm sure people who take this course will be extremely benefited. And down the line, in the next 2 to 3 years to come, anyone without the knowledge of such type of course, any software developer without the knowledge of security or secure coding will be in a big drawback. I think that drawback is what this course will address and make them much more current and relevant whenever the
Thank you. We will now request Director HRD to say a few words about the course.
Namaste and very good evening to all of you. On the occasion of this Foundation Day, with immense pleasure and great pride, Corporate HRD is in association with C-DAC Hyderabad would like to announce this top-notch software security course, first to our C-DAC employees, and subsequently it will be launched to the general public as well. This course will be made accessible to our C-DAC employees through CAKE's platform, that is C-DAC's Accelerated Knowledge Enhancement Series. So with effect from 1st April onwards, this will be available to the employees. And this is the 11th program we are having. Already we had 10 programs like this. And already we have received 400 nominations for this. And we are receiving many more in this coming days. So I wish everyone, every center, to get involved in this this course. I mean, encourage the entire community for this course, so that we can build a better scientific group. Thank you all, and I wish you a very happy Gudi Padwa. Thank you.
Our last product is a critical infrastructure security training kit. May we have the audio visual for the course, please?
Critical Infrastructure Security Training Kit. Critical infrastructure include vital systems like the transport, water, oil, gas and electricity. These systems and assets are so vital that their incapacity or destruction would have a debilitating impact on security, national economic security, public health or safety, or any combination of those matters. With advancements in communication technologies, critical infrastructure interconnected with IT systems increases the attack surface for attackers. Proposed training kit provides a realistic SCADA environment for users to conduct attacks and understand the behavior of the SCADA environment. The training kit provides the live, virtual and constructive SCADA network environment, guidelines to build and simulate the network topology utilizing SCADA components, red teaming attack stack to realize attacks on the SCADA network and protocol level, SCADA protocol anomaly detector, SPADE, supporting IEC 104 and Modbus protocols, and training approach based on the competency level of the security expert. This would benefit individuals at different competency levels of security, that is, level 1 with basic knowledge, level 2 with essential knowledge, level 3 with expert knowledge and level 4 functioning as technical leaders. Plus, for generating security awareness and organizational training and security professionals. This training kit is designed and developed by Real-Time Systems Group of C-DAC Bangalore. We thank Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, for providing research funds for the development. We also thank C-Spark for supporting this initiative for productization and go to the market.
Thank you. We'll request Dr. Mashelkar ji to kindly unveil the product. I'll request the team members to kindly join us on the dais. Thank you. Our next address for today will be given by Honorable Secretary MEITY, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji. Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji is presently posted as Secretary in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. He earlier served as Additional Secretary and Secretary in the Cabinet Secretariat, Government of India. Recently, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji has been appointed to the United Nations Internet Governance Forum's IGF High-Level Leadership Panel to address strategic and urgent issues and to highlight forum discussions and possible follow-up actions in order to promote greater impact and dissemination of IGF discussions. He also worked as the Managing Director of Kochi Metro Rail And as chairman of the Indian Highways Management Company, he was instrumental in implementing FASTag system of toll collection. Mr. Sharma has a lot of commendable work under his belt. Based on his exemplary works, he received the Best CEO Award twice from the state of Kerala, the President's Medal for the Best District Census Officer, and the Best Performance Award from Kerala. He has also been awarded the Global CEO of the Year Award in 2018 by CSR Global Foundation. He is also an honorary fellow at the Center for Excellence in Project Management, New Delhi. Sir is joining us online today. We now request him to kindly give the address.
Sir, you are muted, sir. Sir, you are muted.
So we are unable to hear you, sir. So we are not able to hear you, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, my apology for this technical glitch. Padma Bhushan Dr. Mashelkar, Professor S. Pillai from BrahMos, DG C-DAC, Mr. Magesh, distinguished faculty, scientists, officers of C-DAC, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed privileged and honored to be here to attend the 36th Foundation Day of C-DAC. On this occasion, I would also like to extend my Gudi Pudva greetings to each one of you. On this auspicious day, I am glad to recall and look up to C-DAC as the flag bearer of technological revolution in India, as this organization itself was formed with this very aim of indigenization of scientific research and applications. C-DAC has played a pivotal role in fostering innovation in key sectors by carrying out research and development in information technology and electronics, developing and deploying products and solutions, and collaborating with various organizations of repute, both at national and international levels. India has achieved significant transformation through Digital India initiative of Government of India for digital inclusion and social empowerment. And C-DAC has also done a lot of work in that direction. With expanded internet access of over 800 million citizens, the world looks at India as one of the largest internet user base with the lowest internet tariff. India is world leader in digital identities, the empowerment of people through digital technologies and public digital platforms such as Aadhaar has facilitated world's largest digital identity program with 1.36 billion Aadhaar helping the citizens to receive benefits of government directly in their accounts. This has led to dispersal of over 28 lakh crore and led to a saving of 2.2 lakh crore cumulatively till December 31, 2022. This has also helped us in reducing corruption, bringing transparency and empowering citizens by use of digital technology. In the post-pandemic world, over 40 crore average e-transaction happenings on daily basis and 7.8 billion monthly transactions have been carried out by our UPI system. Today, world's 45% of digital transactions are happening in India. MEITY has identified public digital platforms as the main catalyst in the overall growth and transformational change in the economy. There are multiple other digital platforms like UPI, GEM, DigiLocker, Diksha, Cowin, eSanjeevani. They have all demonstrated the transformational potential of nationwide digital platforms. The Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission has been launched as a nationwide digital platform in healthcare. India has also created a prominent space in healthcare ecosystem, especially through the eSanjeevani platform, which was again developed by C-DAC, which has attained the level of becoming the world's largest telemedicine implementation platform, benefiting more than 10 crore citizens, 100 million citizens. The government is working on key sectors like healthcare, education, agriculture, logistics, and proposes to develop nationwide sectoral platforms, weaving together multiple existing and new projects with central support in key sectors of the economy. Recently, India has taken the lead role in the G20 as its president towards collaborating with other nations to boost digital transformation, including digital economy, digital education, digital health, digital government, and digital finance over the next decade, and to reduce digital divide. With the advent of artificial intelligence, big data, and data analytics, the emerging technology, it is imperative to have high-end technology such as high-power compute and quantum computing to bring digital transformation and solving problems of the future generation. US has recently launched the world's fastest exascale supercomputer, Frontier, and the neighboring countries are also planning for such exascale systems in the next couple of years. In this scenario, India's NSM, the National Supercomputing Mission, quantum computing, and DIR-5 initiative are very significant and promising. I look forward to see C-DAC playing a major role in realizing the vision of placing India in the forefront of digital revolution. C-DAC's continued efforts in high-performance computing by establishing more than 15 supercomputing facilities across different institutions in India, including the recent ones which they have just commissioned, the Param Kamrupa in IIT Guwahati and the Param Himalaya in IIT Mandi, is envisaged to add significant value addition to the future of our nation. I am sure these deployments would further leverage in bringing more HPC applications such as air quality monitoring, early warning system for flood prediction, which will help to enhance the quality of life of Indian citizens. It is heartening to note that C-DAC has taken up various initiatives to mobilize national ecosystem towards quantum technology. It was a nice effort by C-DAC to bring together all stakeholders from the Indian and global quantum computing ecosystem on a single platform through the first international symposium which they organized in January this year. Projects such as Metro Area Quantum Access Network, MACAN, which establishes a public testbed for fiber-based quantum key distribution, and the drone-based quantum key distribution are essential for the country to establish a futuristic roadmap in this field. I have been closely monitoring the activities of C-DAC in my role as the chairman of the coordination committee and appreciate their key contribution in strategic electronics. The Digital India RISC-V program to indigenously design RISC-V based SoCs, solutions for Army, Air Force and other law enforcement agencies, vehicle control units for Indian Railways, the HMI system which they developed for railway hospitals, software solution for identification of railway assets, and development of underwater drones are some of those which are quite encouraging. From the strategic perspective, C-DAC's efforts towards the development of indigenous server boards and network interconnect, along with microprocessors and ecosystem, has a huge potential. C-DAC's Chip-in Center, which has just been inaugurated in Bangalore, will act as a one-stop shop to provide semiconductor design tools, fabrication access, virtual prototyping hardware, and access to fabless chip designers for the country. This will give a huge impetus towards the development of components in advanced technology, where the country will lead by startups and MSMEs. The Emergency Response Support System, ERSS, developed by C-DAC is now operational in all 28 states and UTs by providing a uniform platform for the police, fire, and medical services. Healthcare solutions include e-Raktakosh blood bank management system, e-Ausadi web-based drug and vaccine supply chain management system. These are all helping a large number of citizens. Indigenous healthcare products are also helping in non-invasive, non-touch, non-radiating and harmless diagnostic, and which is actually needed for a large number of communities. C-DAC's involvement in achieving multilingual internet and universal acceptance initiative, along with Digital India Bhashni, will be a one-stop solution towards country's language technology needs. Various AI/ML-based models are now available for use in developing niche applications for societal importance. And the Digital India Bhashni will be a platform which will connect all Indians, irrespective of their language, their literacy, and whatever way they can connect. Recently launched cybersecurity tools such as Ghost and Vishleshak facility in cryptography and deeper insight of Android applications are also quite encouraging. While it is encouraging to see these achievements, there are quite many of those which I am not highlighting. I am sure the previous speakers would have already spoken about those. But it is also important to note that the government's expectations from an institution which is a premier R&D institute of MEITY, are even more demanding. We cannot be complacent. I am hopeful that C-DAC would realize exascale computing system which can solve many cutting-edge research topics. In this regard, a fusion of HPC and quantum computing may also be significant to address complex optimization and related problems. Objective of India is that we must become Atmanirbhar, we must become self-reliant, and India is moving at a great pace by enabling innovation in MSMEs and startups. C-DAC can also play a pivotal role in anchoring such opportunities and nurturing talents, mentoring them through collaborative research and development initiatives. C-DAC's involvement with a large number of startups in niche technology area like quantum computing, Param Siddhi AI infrastructure, they will play a significant role. Being an applied R&D lab, C-DAC can also act as a catalyst in transforming many of our R&D outcomes towards usable solutions across industries. I am happy that C-DAC has been continuously striving towards realigning its activities with the key national initiatives and national goals. With such a clearly evolved roadmap ahead, I am confident that C-DAC will contribute significantly in achieving technological development in frontier areas and will continue to act as a flag bearer in electronics and IT in India. I would like to wish the entire C-DAC family a happy Foundation Day. I would also like to congratulate on their achievements in the past 36 years and would like to see much more achievements in the coming decade when India is celebrating and announcing that next decade will be India's decade, and C-DAC should definitely play a much more important role in that. With this, I would like to once again congratulate each one of you and would like to thank the organizers for having invited me to this function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable thoughts. We'll now proceed for the Foundation Day address. Today, we are honored to have amongst us Padma Bhushan Dr. A.S. Pillai. Yourself is a recipient of Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan Awards, founder, CEO, and MD of BrahMos Aerospace, and a highly decorated scientist. He is a recipient of many national and international awards, including the Order of Friendship, conferred upon him by the government of Russia, the highest Russian award for foreign citizens, Lal Bahadur Shastri National Award by the President of India, amongst many others. He is well known as a defense technologist in the world and has been recognized by many prestigious engineering and management institutions with fellowships. He is also an accomplished author of many books. As an architect and founder of CEO and MD of BrahMos Aerospace, Dr. Pillai is regarded as the father of the BrahMos, which has become a role model for establishing joint ventures between India and any other country. Presently, Dr. Pillai's interests are in promoting development of green hydrogen and other renewable energy projects for achieving net zero carbon. Please welcome Padma Bhushan Professor A.S. Pillai. Sir, we request you to kindly share your thoughts with us on this Foundation Day.
Good afternoon. Most respected and honorable Dr. Mashelkar, a visionary leader, and we look upon him for guidance. And we have the Secretary MEITY, Mr. Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Director General Mr. Makesh, Executive Director Colonel North, then Mrs. Sunita Verma from MEITY, Registrar, and distinguished guests, friends. It's really my honor, and I am fortunate to be with you on this 36th Foundation Day, and that too on a very auspicious day. I feel proud to share the dais with Dr. Mashelkar because I respect him a lot. I am going to talk to you how to nurture innovations and entrepreneurship. I heard the presentation by DG Dr. Mr. Makesh. The amount of work you are doing is big volume. So amazing work you are doing. So I think we must congratulate and appreciate the work being done by all of you. It's a great thing you are doing. The nation is definitely proud of what you have achieved. Let me start my talk. Nurturing innovations and entrepreneurship. Suppose you just look at it, how the whole thing gets developed. Economic and social transition can come only through technology. Science leads to innovations, inventions, and technology leads to innovations. And once you add knowledge solutions and entrepreneurship to the technology with value addition, you get a product of competitiveness in the world and also better environment to sustain our society. So science and technological innovations can affect the most fundamental changes, the ground rules of economic competitiveness and environment, resulting in sustainable development of the society. These are all we want such a thing to happen. Now, are we doing right thing to realize all these things for the sustainable development? If you look back 5,000 years, we were the pioneers in everything. Technology, when we say, the first alloy was made by us, bronze. Civilization. Then you see that Panchaloka and Nataraja, 5 metals, we did investment casting. Investment casting is known only recently to the Europeans. First rocket was made by us. The Russians, initially the Chinese started working with gunpowder, with fire arrows. But we were the first people to make metal rockets at Mysore, at Srirangapatna. 6,000 of these rockets were fired against the British in 1792, and we defeated the British. So British, in their Woolwich Artillery Museum, where they are keeping the captured rocket, which I have seen there, they have decorated with golden letters. This rocket was used by, Indian rocket was used by Tipu in 1792, and the British were defeated. The British has written, British were defeated. So such a thing we had, and the last 1,500 years, the Europeans came in the name of science and all those things. And our books talk about only the scientists of Europe. But our scientists have done many things. All things have originated from India. Whether you talk about gravity or you talk about the world is, the earth is a round shape, or the sun is at the center point and all the planets go around. All these things, if you see, is all our people have told. So what has happened afterwards? The Industrial Revolution came. Industrial Revolution, we missed it. World War I and II, then started the technology upgradation. So you see, if you see that top, you see the early innovation and then science from the West. So nuclear age came, chemical age, nuclear age, biotechnology age, nanotechnology age, and now quantum computing, we have reached that stage. And you see Industry 4.0, all these things are being talked. So the future is knowledge society. Knowledge society, we will be the winners. So what are the main things which are going to control in the future? Speed, hypersonics, and beyond hypersonics. We should cross the light speed. That is the aim. Definitely it is possible, we should do that. Second thing is that cyber physical systems, which is dominating now, and you are doing a lot of work on that. Then molecular biology, human-machine interface, brain on a chip. In another 20 years, brain will be on a chip. Then finally, ultimately, the important thing is the net zero. Otherwise, the human race will go. So that is to be done. So this is the way the whole technology is moving, and we are lost in between, but we want to get hold of the whole thing in the future. So are we capable of doing that? If you look at the last 50, 60 years of development, it is amazing development we have done. Wherever we have done missions, we are successful. Start from the agriculture. 50 lakh people died in 1942 in Bengal famine. But today we are having surplus food. May not be reaching all the people, that's a different issue. But we are producing 300 million tons of food grains. And we are second in the world in rice and wheat production. Milk, we are the largest producer of milk in the world. Then power, we are now accelerating all our effort on the power. We have got a 100,000 megawatt target for the solar, and we are getting into hydrogen as the energy. Of course, we are doing the the nuclear power also, we are very less now. Our production is so less, 7,000 megawatt, but we want to see that another 12 reactors, we want to go for 22,000 megawatt. Then look at the computer development. We were denied supercomputers. In 1990, you established the Param computer, made the world to think that India is really a very powerful nation. So from Param, you didn't stop with that. You went on developing Param, multiple versions, and working on the supercomputing. And I must say that quantum computing is our next goal. I would request the Director General, within next 5 years, you should tell the world that we have developed the quantum computer of the highest capacity. We should announce. That should be our aim. So I think he will make a vision document and all of you will work for it. So the nation will be very happy to see that we are the first people to make a very big computer. So we have to compete with Chinese now. America is going down, but Chinese, they are putting a lot of effort. Communication, you know about it. Then the processor, Shakti processor has come from MEITY. And that is the one which is now we are trying to see that it is implemented in the IoT platforms. Then the IT and ITS, $290 billion we have generated. It's a very huge revenue we made. Pharma, we are fourth in the world. Most of the pharma being used by USA is from India. You may not be knowing it is from India only it's going. So in many countries we are supplying. Strategic systems, you know, Arihant nuclear submarine we have. The combat aircraft has come. Combat battle tank is operational. Then the strategic systems like Prithvi and Agni. Then space research, we are doing very well. Then the supersonic missile, cruise missile, BrahMos. Then new space missions, we are now targeting to do many new things. There is a recent decision is to go for the Chandrayaan-3 and also these human space missions. And one mission is to the Venus, another mission Aditya to study the sun. All these things are coming up. And the future is hypersonic. Hypersonic cruise missile is our next target. And also we want to have a hypersonic plane, hyperplane we call it. So if you look at the strategic areas, there are many developments in India. I will talk about what I was involved. See, nuclear program, you know that there is a very clear guidelines. Programs have been outlined by Baba, and we have become a nuclear power today. And we are using nuclear for not only for strategic systems, for the generating power. We have a nuclear policy also. We have no use, no first use, no use against any non-nuclear country. And we keep only minimum credible nuclear weapon with us. You must know that 1/4 of the world reserves of thorium is with us. Thorium can be converted into power. Instead of looking for the uranium from the nuclear supply group, we should use thorium. That is what is being done. Last 20 years, efforts are going on by the atomic energy to develop thorium-based energy. They have almost made a prototype now, but in another 5 to 10 years, thorium will be used to generate the power. And another important thing is we are all doing fission. We must graduate to fusion. So for fusion energy purpose, we have joined with other nations. The 7-nation consortium is working in Europe to make a 500 megawatt international thermonuclear experimental reactor. And we contribute, if you see the big structure which is there, that's called cryostat, is done by us. And also the vacuum vessels we have made. So we are working on many areas. Cost-wise, it is 10% of the contribution is from us. And this will go critical in 2025. So by 2030, IPR, Ahmedabad, will be in a position to make our own tokamak with the higher power generation. Why we have to do fusion energy? If you look at the moon, there are 1,000,000 tons of helium-3. The future energy source is helium-3. Helium-3, which has been found by the, samples have been taken by the astronauts who have gone there. They have done the experiment with the helium-3. It is non-radioactive, 100 times powerful than uranium. So now the whole attempt is how to bring the helium-3 from there and use the fusion energy. It is amenable for only fusion. And we should make a launch pad also there, because launch pad making there is easier. You need only 1/6 of the gravity the moon has got, so small rocket can take off. And the moon's south pole has got water molecules, so you can produce hydrogen and oxygen. So they will become the fuel for the rockets. So there's going to be a launch pad on the moon. There's going to be the robotic operations to mine the helium-3, and they will be bottled. You can see the bottling of the helium-3, the processed, and we will bring to our nation and use it in the fusion energy. So the Americans have already attempted. Artemis program has been launched after a big gap of manned mission. Now again they are going. 2026 they will have established their factory, and you will see that Americans will be the first to take out the helium-3 from there, followed by the Chinese and Russians, and we may be in the fourth. So this is one interesting thing which is going to be in the future. So we need a space program, good space program if you want to do that. And space program, of course, you know, Sarabhai has a vision. He is the father of our Indian space program, and which was nurtured by Professor Satish Dhawan. He streamlined the organization. He built the institution, and he's a mission man. Anything mission, it will happen. This is what he used to tell. So that's what we are also saying. If a supercomputing mission is a mission, it will have come. If quantum computer, you have to make it as a mission, it will come. Don't clutter with all other things. Please be focused. Then he has brought a culture to ISRO. Today ISRO is in strong. ISRO foundation has been put by Professor Satish Dhawan. We are self-reliant totally in the space program. We have launched the OneWeb, 36 satellites we have launched. In another week or two, we are going to launch the next 36 satellites for the UK. So 72 satellites we are putting for the internet application. So we are now international, more than 350 foreign satellites we have launched. And we proved to the other countries that in one PSLV we can launch 104 satellites. So we are the first people to prove that. So like this, there are many success stories for space program, and we are one of the leaders now, one of the 4 leaders in the space program. How it all started, if you will know that the not moving. So how it all started, we wanted to develop the first satellite launch vehicle program. Dr. Kalam was chosen as the project director. I worked with him in that, with the core team. I was in the core team. So we developed in 7 years the 44 subsystems which make the SLV-3. We launched it on 10th August 79, as per the schedule, no slippage, but it failed. Then again, we have to find the reason and then do it. 18th July 1980 we launched, and it was a great success. The Rohini satellite was orbited. India became a member of the Space Club. So what happened? This I'm talking about the leadership. When the thing failed, so everybody was shattered. You know, we are all shattered. We started worrying, what is this? We were completely upset. Only man who was not upset was Professor Satish Dhawan, who was their chairman. He said, you do analysis, we will see. He went to the press conference and he handled the press conference without exposing the project director. Project director was Abdul Kalam. He shielded him. Then when the next launch successful thing happened, he said, Kalam, press is waiting for you, you go. So he was at the back seat. See, what it means is a good leader will take the problem to him and give the credit to his people. That's what the leadership means. This is nobility in leadership. Now, so with that culture which has been introduced by him, we have got today PSLV and GSLV. Sound is not connected? Sound is not coming? So we are seeing the PSLV and the GSLV launch quietly, they are going. And the idea is we have to put satellites in the polar satellite as well as the geostationary satellite. Polar satellite is for the remote sensing purpose because they get the sun rays more and you can completely cover the whole Earth. And the geostationary satellite is stationary with respect to Earth at 36,000 kilometers altitude. They are moving along with the Earth so that at a particular place it will be beaming. That is how 24 hours we have the television, telephone, all those things we have, communication. So the remote sensing satellite has got many applications. One application we have seen, the forest fire. Similarly, today we are talking about precision agriculture. How do we improve the productivity of our field? Because fields are reducing. How do we improve the productivity by using the satellite? This precision agriculture, the Israelis, they have started first. So we are working on that. Some startups have come. So forest fire identification, then water sources, then the damage assessment, fishing. The fishermen in Kanyakumari, I know, we have got a center there where the satellite images come. So 3 a.m. they go there and see the satellite image, identify the place where the school of fish is there. They go there and fish it. And that they are using the technology and take the mobile phone and then fix up the price for that. So the communication as well as the remote sensing is very helpful to fishermen category. Like that many are doing. We have got village resource centers, 483 village resource centers set up by ISRO in India, which are definitely helping the people who have not gone to schools. Then climate, land use, all those things are coming. This is what precision agriculture is there. So remotely you can know your field, the soil condition, seed selection, crop management, watering, then pesticides are used, fertilizer use, everything can be controlled from the satellite, the operator. So this is coming up in a big way, and the first startup has come by the young people who have done it in Andhra Pradesh. They have done it very well, they have done it. They used the remote sensing satellite pictures of ISRO and used artificial intelligence, and they have to use it because the land is not together. It is in broken pieces because different farmers are there. But they are helping all the farmers. They made a cooperative system and they are trying to do the complete crop management. And also their insurance. So this has gone very successfully. Now it will spread to the other places. Similarly, communication, we have got complete broadcasting. Telemedicine, which the Director General was telling, telemedicine is through the satellite. Now telesurgery is going to come. A surgeon from Chennai can operate a patient in Pune. That is what is going to come. We have recently one doctor from New York operated a patient in Paris. So this is telesurgery. That is use robotic surgery through the satellite. Then education, it is very, of course, useful. Then other communication, village resource centers, then meteorology, we get all the pictures, warning, cyclone warning, all we get from the satellite. Now here also startups have come. People have joined at Hyderabad, Skyroot is called. Similarly, one group has joined in Chennai, that's called Agnikul. So they are making the launch vehicles for putting small satellites in different orbits. So their focus is more on small satellite program and they are doing, And there are other number of startups have come on this space program. More than 20 are operational in Chennai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad. Now, totally about 80,000 startups have come totally in India. Out of that, more than 9,000 startups are technology-oriented startups. So we are now working on the human space program, which is very important. All the technology proving has taken place. Now we are next year is the target for putting 2 men in the orbit. 4 pilots have been chosen for training. Their training has been completed. They have become astronauts now, and all other work is happening. So very soon they will be going to space and seeing the Earth from there. That will continue, and finally we will land on the moon. So another important scientific development is to identify the God particle. Our atomic energy group, a group of people, they are there in CERN. CERN is Center for Nuclear Energy of Europe. So where the studies are being done to find out the God particle. So far, God particle has not been found out. They have found out neutrino, and then some records came. Neutrino has got 1 millisecond more than the speed of light. Then it was disproved. So they have not found any particle going beyond the speed of the light. But now the research is going on how to find out the particle which has got speed more than the light. Why I am saying that there are particles which can go beyond the light is 2 reasons. One is the movement of the universe. If you see, the dark energy is moving the galaxies at a faster rate compared to the light speed. And the glow which came initially, within few milliseconds, the way they have formed into various stars and other things, you see the speed is more. So definitely there is a particle which can definitely go faster than the light. But we have to find out. Who is going to get Nobel Prize, I don't know, but it is possible. So the sun, if you see, then in the front of sun, they kept our Nataraja. You know, so the impression is the cosmic studies when you do, you have to think of one person who is called cosmic God. That's why. Okay, now the development of this one, if you see there, so much of records are coming. They are not able to assimilate all these records when they do the particle research. It needs a big computing system, high power computing system. So high power computing, when you think, we cannot forget about the father of the Param. Param 8000, which was made in 1990 and declared in 1991, is a major breakthrough in the Indian development of supercomputing. So this is the one thing. So that's why I have put side, this should lead to quantum computing. You know, you are developing quantum computer. I want C-DAC to be the first institution, the whole world, to make a quantum computer within 5 years. So you are doing a lot of work, and you have given 12 institutions, big computers you have given, and the one which is at NIT Sikkim is very well appreciated by many people. That's why I have put that diagram. This is about the development in nuclear and space. Now come to the war theater. War theater, which started with rockets developed by us, that is human warfare. That changed to platform-centric. Then now it is network-centric. War means it is software-oriented. Cyber war has picked up. That's why you are doing cybersecurity and other things. You are very relevant for the future. So network-centric warfare is using AI, IoT, and all the decision support systems. Intelligent and autonomous systems. Earlier, when we made, it is only land and sea it can work. Then later, air and underwater came. Then deep sea and space came. Now it is intelligent and autonomous. So what are the things which can be there? Space war can be there, or it can be high power microwaves, or kinetic energy systems, lasers, missile to missile warfare, or under the sea warfare between nuclear submarine to another nuclear submarine. All these things can happen. So interoperability of the system so that war time is reduced. When the war extends, economy will lose. So war time should be reduced. So interoperability is very important. Then standalone systems, and it should be precision, high precision systems we need. Then the sensor networking, which is very important, situation awareness, cyber warfare. So now, having understood this trend, what Dr. Abdul Kalam did was, after doing the SLV-3, he shifted to DRDO and conceived 5 missiles as Integrated Guided Missile Development Program in 1983. So his theme was strength, respect, strength. Unless we are a strong nation, nobody will respect. We have become a nuclear power. Nuclear power is very important. Only the 5 nations in the world, in the Security Council, they can dictate anything. They can do warfare with anybody. But others cannot question because they will veto it. They have got that veto power. So how do you reach that stage? Unless we have a delivery system, intercontinental system, and a nuclear warhead, we will not be respected. So strength, respect, strength. So, but at the same time, we are far behind other countries. They have started during the Second World War. We have not started that. We are now 80s. So about 30 to 40 years of gap is there. So that is one thing. Another thing is, when we started the missile program, led by America, they claimed MTCR, Missile Technology Control Regime. That means no technology, no component, no material will be given to India under the MTCR. So the DRDO is banned. Some part of ISRO also banned. That's what they have done. So how do you do that? You have to do yourself, everything. War theater is changing, strategy changing. We are behind, but you have to do it. So, but at the same time, we have decided we will make contemporary systems. That means new ideas have to come, concepts. Then, as Dr. Mashelkar says, we should do pole vault. We should do, not leapfrog, pole vault, he said. So future technology, we should think, which others could not think. All these things should be done. Put some examples I will tell you. This is a Prithvi system. All ballistic missiles go in a ballistic trajectory. That's why they are called ballistic missile. What is ballistic trajectory? Parabolic trajectory. A javelin throw, you have seen, no? Goes like this. After the force is over, it comes back. This is a parabola. All the people are doing that only. So we are not doing that. We are doing maneuverable trajectory. Maneuverable in the sense, if you want to go from Pune to Bangalore, you first go to Visakhapatnam, like that. This is called azimuth. Then you do up and down, that's called pitch. So we have trajectory, we have designed such a way that it cannot be understood by anyone by monitoring their satellite and radar. They will not be able to understand where this missile is going to strike. This is the first time introduced by India. So this is what I am saying. You see a concept, you have to change. Another important thing is, we are not given the best sensors. Sensors have to be best, then only accuracy will be there. Impact point. Saddam Hussein, when he launched to Israel, instead of one particular point, it went 1 kilometer away, no? So we cannot do like that. We have to hit the target. That means you need good sensors. Sensors are not available with us. Some sensors are coming from my chair. So what we do, Dr. Kalam said, young fellows will find solution. 4 people he selected, fresh from the college, put it in a room, locked, you find a solution. So they were doing the ideas, brainstorming, and finally they came out with a solution. So they were using the simulator, running the mission on ground, identifying the type of error, and then trying to make a software which will correct the error while flying. They did that, and they injected the software in the hardware. The first time in the world, injecting a software in the hardware was done by these 4 guys. And by that process, we have got now 10 meters accuracy. Instead of 1 kilometer, we are getting 10 meter accuracy. That is what these people have done. That's what I have explained here. The high accuracy from medium grade sensors. This is the power of youth. Please understand. The power of youth is tremendous. So Agni, we have got 5 different Agnis are there. 700 kilometer, you know, that one stage, it is for the west. Any part of west, it will be covered. 5,000 kilometer, any part of north will be covered. And both are nuclear tipped. Okay, that is our power. You can see the circle, 5,000 kilometer. So here also we had a problem. The Agni is a missile which goes to high altitude and comes back and re-enters. You know, Kalpana Chawla, what happened. Re-entry is a very, very critical thing. When the shuttle re-entered, one of the thermal tiles, thermal protection tiles, had a crack. One piece came out while launching. So through that, the flame entered at 80 kilometer altitude, and the whole shuttle blasted. So we know the re-entry is very, very critical. Re-entry means what? The missile comes at a speed 14 times faster than sound. That is 14 Mach number. The temperature is 3,000 degrees centigrade when it intercepts at the atmosphere. So you need a material which can completely withstand and not get ablated. Ablation should be perfect, uniform. So if you want to get an uniform ablation, you need a good shape. So we have designed different shapes, but we cannot test it. We didn't have any facility. So we went for software solution. That is called computational fluid dynamics. But we needed a computer. We used the conventional computer. It was taking 9 days to do one iteration out of 1 lakh iteration to be done for one sample. So that means lifelong we will be doing only analysis. So we said to Dr. Kalam, please get a supercomputer. So he and Dr. Arunachalam, they went to US, talked to Defense Secretary William Parry, told him, you have given a Cray XMB computer for weather prediction at IMD. Can we use that? Or why don't you give one computer? We want to do some R&D. Like that they told. They did not tell Agni and all those things. So that man, he gave them lunch. Then he told, I will give very good dinner today, but not supercomputer. So they came back empty-handed. Then we started thinking how to do a computer for us. This computer is called PACE Plus, a computer developed by 14 young people under Dr. G. Venkataraman's guidance as Anurag. We formed a lab. They have developed it in 2 years, a computer which was 20 times faster than Cray XMB. Then the USA surrendered. We will give you Cray. We will put a lab with the factory here. And our government said, no, thank you. So that is the thing we have to tell. We should develop ourselves. But only thing is, we are reactive. When there is a challenge only we are doing. But why don't we do ourselves? We don't do that. Our mind is a reactive mind, our Indian mind. So we did that, and young people did that, and we have developed a software, new software, Vima and all, you are reading that, no? So it's a CFD center has been established at Indian Institute of Science. They have done good work, and Anurag together, 9 days has become 5 minutes for each iteration. So this is what we have done. Similarly, carbon-carbon material we have made, which can withstand the high temperature. So now we are looking at, see, one missile should not go do at one target. Why not multiple targets? This is called MEIRV, multiple injection re-entry vehicles. This is our next attempt, and the whole thing has been already canisterized. Agni has been canisterized. We can transport to any place. So if there is a war, space should not be used for war, but we don't know what these people will do. Americans and Chinese, they are crazy people, no? So we have to be very careful. So we have to prepare for it. So if there's a space to space or space to ground or earth to space, if it comes, we should give a correct answer to them. So we developed a program called Sakti. Many people are using the Sakti processor. You are using Sakti somewhere, no? And our nuclear test also called Sakti. Everything is called Sakti. So this is our missile, which has come out of our the ballistic missile defense. So this was launched to intercept a satellite, active satellite. It finished the satellites. So we are capable of destroying anything in space if there is a need arises. So the MTCR is a boon for us. When we say, oh, they have put a restriction and all, don't feel bad about it. It's a good thing for us. A technology denied is technology gained. If they give a technology, you will not understand anything inside. But if you do it, you will understand everything. So we have combated the MTCR. The world surrendered to us. This has happened in 1991 during that period. That was the time we thought of making a new thing. We should get into a new venture. So new venture is the BrahMos. So BrahMos is Brahmaputra and Moscow. The name of two rivers is a cooperation between India and Russia. So it is to travel in an unexplored path. What is unexplored path? India 50.5%, Russia 49.5%. That means both the governments giving money and we will operate as a private company. They put me as CEO. You run that. We will give you money. Money didn't come. But we had to do a lot of things and get the money. 98 it was signed, 99 we got the money. And today, you see that 2001 we launched the first missile. So world has seen India launching a supersonic cruise missile. Because what Americans have got is only Tomahawk. That is subsonic. You have gone for supersonic, 3 times faster than the. So here it is a joint venture, joint design, development, manufacturing, marketing. Mind to market was our theme. We wanted to do it. We put our process stock. The Russians gave the Ramjet engine, which is a supersonic engine. They are the only people who have developed a Ramjet engine operational. So that we used, and we have designed for multiple platforms. For ship, for land, mobile platform, for under the water, for submarine, under the land, silos, then aeroplane, all we have done. Any place we can launch, any trajectory we can take, any target we can hit on the land or sea. This is no other system is there in the world. Only operational supersonic cruise missile in sea, land, and air in the whole world is BrahMos. This video will come. Here there is a video which is from a launch from a ship to another ship, and within 4 minutes, other ship is destroyed into 2 pieces. So that the video is not coming here. Similarly, we did for the land we did. Similarly, we have done it for air. Air will come. Air is also not coming, huh? Ah, yes. So it is, the missile is dropped from Sukhoi 30, from Andaman Sea, and it goes into the Nicobar, 300 kilometers away. And you can see the 2 red points, it should hit at the middle. 2 red points are camera stations, it should hit at the middle. So this is the type of accuracy with this island is so anyway, 300 kilometers away. So all these launches you have seen hit at the bullseye. So nobody has achieved this. These Americans, 500 Tomahawks they launched. After that only 300 missiles hit the target. Here we have done it, and no time this missile fails. We don't know what is that. God is operating. So surprise to us also sometimes. So speed, precision, power because there's the half mv squared, velocity square. So all the 3 dimensions, we have defeated the Americans. This is a Tomahawk is America, BrahMos is India. We are, even Russia does not have the air launch, this type of thing they don't have. We have done ourselves. So 3 times faster, 1/3 time to hit the target, 9 times the kinetic energy, and the same system can be used in land and water. And so every 3 seconds a missile goes. Each ship, we have got 16 missiles. We are already loaded. They are ready. All our Navy is ready, fully ready with all the ships. 16 targets can be hit. Who is our enemy, we don't know. 16 targets at a time from one ship. So we are the first in the world. That's a great thing. So we also did business. We $300 million we invested from both sides, 150 from us, 150 from Russia. But we have done business $8 billion. And we are now exporting. So the next venture is hypersonic. Hypersonic, our new idea came, why not we operate like Krishna? Krishna is operating from mind, goes, comes back. Why not we do that? So this is what we are thinking how to do it. So now the future is, large. Everything is large, ultra large scale systems, complex algorithms, intelligent machines, network systems. These are all coming up. And in this, how do we operate at intelligence? So if you look at this, we earlier used very dumb systems, just to put a bomb. Then slowly we made it, smart, brilliant, like that. Now we have come to genius, like BrahMos is genius. It will operate the target, it will take its own shape and go. This now we are thinking transhuman systems. How do we bring in human into the missile? That is, how do we operate? Because the way things are coming, by flying a UAV, they can jam our stations. The high power microwave can jam everything. Our computers will not work. So what do we do? Only our brain cannot be jammed. So we will use our brain. That's what we are thinking. So in this effort, the nano materials help us. And you see, what is the advantage of nano material? One or two I will tell you. You take silica, what we are now using for generating the solar energy. Its efficiency is about 15 to 20. Maximum they have achieved is 21% today, the whole world. What we are trying to do is, we are aligning carbon nanotubes over the silica, so that wherever the sun is, it will be channelized and it will get the full power all the time. And we encapsulate it, P3OT, we encapsulate it, so you get more energy. Laboratory says 52% can be achieved. Nobody has achieved, but laboratory it has been proved 52%, but it should be now tried out. So the nano advantage of nano is we can make our solar more efficient. Another thing we have found out, dye-sensitized solar cells. Just dip a plastic thing in a dye and cover it with the TiO2. So it is giving energy. If you show it to the sun, it gives energy. So what happens is, all these electrons from the dye, they move and interact with the TiO2, and finally the excited electrons lead to holes and they create voltage. So this is a very cheap method of generating energy. So in the defense application for nanotechnology, we are trying many things. One thing is this banyan. They're done by our Bangalore lab. The banyan, if you have the nano fiber inside, it is giving the heart, fatigue, all information about the person it gives, and you attach a telemetry to that, like rocket, the telemeter to the ground, to the doctor. So the persons who are in Siachen, or cold temperature they are there, soldiers, they will be benefited if it is introduced. This is what we are trying to do. Like that, there are many things, helmet, so many designs have come, invisibility, all these things, high power, generate more efficiency for the propellant, all these things are being tried out. But in all these things when we are doing, we cannot forget about the carbon dioxide, CO2 ppm. It has crossed now 430 now. With that, what will happen, you can see how the earth becomes in 2100. It will become a cancerous earth. 51 billion tons of carbon dioxide we are producing per year. Human contribution to the earth is 51 billion tons of carbon dioxide. If we are cutting the trees, a good tree can take 22 kilogram of carbon dioxide and release 20 kilogram of oxygen. But we are going on cutting the trees. So 40 billion trees should be, immediately we have to start planting. That is what is required. But it has to grow in a big way. So what is happening because of this is ocean hole has come over the Antarctica. Water level is increasing, temperature is increasing, and very soon in 100 years, all coastal cities will be with water. Like Madras, like Bombay, all will be full of sea will cover them. That's what is going to happen in 100 years. Where the water level is going up, temperature is increasing, we are getting into problem. So we need green technology everywhere, production. So precision farming helps green, because you use less pesticide, less fertilizer. Climate engineering, then cooling the earth, clean energy, solar, wind, ocean energy, green hydrogen, ocean, clean environment, plastic tar road, e-waste management, green computing, then liquid waste management, all these things to be done. So helps. So clean energy, multiple ways, ocean is going to come in a big way, then fuel cell. Another important thing is because we are space people, we are thinking a solar power satellite. If you put say 10 solar power satellite, you can generate 10 gigawatt of power. And this power can be transmitted to a remote place on sea by microwave, and then use it as electricity, convert it to electricity, and then desalinate water. You can make green hydrogen, you can give power to the nearby city. All those things are possible if you do that. So this is our next program. So green hydrogen is very important. A lot of things have been discussed. Pune is taking a lead in India, and we are going to have a green hydrogen valley in Pune. There are brilliant people in Pune. We have chosen Pune as the base for hydrogen energy. Industry 4 is giving a number of new technologies. Industry 5.0 has come, which is converting all the 4 technologies like big data, augmented, 3D, then cybersecurity, all those things into human-centric, resilient industry, cost optimization, greener solutions, personalization, and creativity. These are the things, new things coming up apart from cyber physical systems, so the 5.0. So the future, you see, you want to talk to somebody, that person will be standing before you in holographic form. This is coming up very soon. Brain on a chip, then future classrooms, wall you can use as the classrooms. Then the interactive multi-touch table. You go to a restaurant, the table, you put that, food will come through, a robot will come and give you food. Then telesurgery, I told you, stem cells, bionic eye, for people who are not able to see, you can create eye to them. Then quantum computing, quantum transportation, then robots, future robots, green villages, then the robots and the AI will come in a big way. So these are things which are now taking us in a new direction of living. For all the things, one thing you must remember, leader is important. Mission and leader, without that, nothing will come. How? A national prosperity is powered by competitiveness. If you make a good product, it will be sold because we are globalized. you will be able to make a big impact in economy. That means product leadership we should achieve. That comes from technology and innovation. So innovation, therefore, is very, very important. We want to make a product. Now, innovation, how it will come? We need advanced research, labs, investment. If investment is not there, quantum computer will not come. No? I can say quantum computer you should realize it in 5 years. But if money doesn't get, how you will do it? So it all have to go together. So continuous upgrades also we should make. Revenue we should generate. That means volume has to come. Production has to come. So that will depends on the customer loyalty. Customer loyalty means customer should be delighted with the product. That means quality, value, and brand should be better. That means employees have to be good. Employees should be, productivity is important. Employee, when he will do more, loyalty and pride is important. Employee satisfaction is important. So working environment, team competence, and entrepreneurship is a very important aspect. Who can give that? Management innovation only can give. Who can do management innovation? Inspirational leader. So leader leads to nation's prosperity. You see the link chain. So inspirational leadership means change of traditional role from commander to coach, manager to mentor, from director to delegator, and from one who demands respect to one who facilitates self-respect. So how India looks, if you see that India, our heritage is very strong heritage. We were the leaders for everything. But we shrunk because all our things have been taken away by the British. As all, in a way, all people invaded. We didn't participate in the Industrial Revolution. We increased our population. And productivity, our agricultural productivity has come down. So poverty came. India became a small red India. No? After independence, we started thinking about India's development. First major step was the globalization, 1991 globalization. Then thrust for industry. But COVID came and put a break for that. But again, we had a vision 2020, 2020 we did not achieve. Now we are thinking that we will achieve it by 2030, we will become a developed country. And now knowledge age has come, startups have come, youngsters are bubbling with ideas, so entrepreneurship has increased. So future definitely is going to be a great India and a green India. So because we have got 800 million youth, when we add skill set to them, that will be the big power. But they should not run away to America. 8.5% GDP growth rate we should achieve minimum if we want to be a developed nation. We are now 6.9, we are struggling, but we will get it. Industry should make for the world. Decide from the date when industry is sanctioned. The industry should say 80% of my item will be produced and exported. That type of mandate you should bring in. The future, that is India. Global leadership will come. Youth only can transform India a global leader. You can also. That's why I put the TH in bracket. So what C.V. Raman says, what is needed today? We need a spirit of victory. Param. Then we should not say Param has come, Param, Param. We should not say. We should get into new thing, you know. A spirit that will carry us to our rightful place under the sun. A spirit which will recognize that we, as inheritors of a proud civilization, are entitled to a rightful place on this planet. That spirit has to come. We should not be under defeatist spirit. We should be proud people. Future is India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening talk. Moving forward, friends, we are deeply honored to have Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar addressing us all today. The recipient of Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Mashelkar is one of the most renowned Indian chemical engineer and a former Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. He also served as Chairman of National Innovation Foundation, President of Indian National Science Academy, and President of Global Research Alliance. He was honored with honorary doctorates by over 44 universities from around the world, which include Universities of London, Salford, Pretoria, Wisconsin, Swinburne, Monash, and Delhi. Dr. Mashelkar has many firsts to his credit. He was the first Indian to win the most prestigious TWAS Lenovo Science Prize, most prestigious honors for scientists from the developing world, first Indian to be elected as Fellow of US National Academy of Inventors, the first Asian scientist to win the Business Week Award of Stars of Asia, and the first and only scientist to win the J.R.D. Tata Corporate Leadership Award so far. There is another proud first to his credit. He brought awareness about the importance of protection of India's traditional knowledge. He fought the famous battles on the wrong US patents that were granted on turmeric and basmati rice. His efforts as chairman of World Intellectual Property Organization led to development of the first traditional knowledge digital library, and patent offices were mandated to search before granting a patent based on traditional knowledge. Please welcome Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar ji.
Going forward, this one, no? This one, okay. Yeah, got it. Most respected Dr. A.S. Pillai, amazing talk. Do you agree? One of the best that I heard, really, honestly. Honorable Secretary Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, our beloved Director General Magesh ji, Sunita Verma ji, Ashit Kumar Nath ji, then Mr. Sunil Misar, dear members of the C-DAC family, distinguished guests, you are also the members of C-DAC family, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very hard act to follow after such a magnificent talk. I'll try to do my best. Secondly, I find that we are running 45 minutes late, and I've been given 45 minutes. So I will do the job of doing my lecture in half the time, all right? It is important that I carry the main messages to you as simply as possible. To begin with, Dr. Pillai, you said it's an honor to sit next to me. The feelings are entirely mutual. It's an honor to sit next to you. You might have seen India Today. They had asked me to list out the top 10 achievements of Indian science and technology. You may or may not have seen that special issue. BrahMos is one of them, you know? Because they're all very proud of what you have been able to achieve. The title might sound very strange. I'm going to bring you to the ground now. The ground is, there is India at 75, and you heard about India at 75 all through the day. I'm going to talk about Bharat at 75. That leaves, 70% of it lives in villages, 17% of it lives in slums, 22% of it is below the poverty line. These are government figures, are not my figures. We were twice that of Bangladesh in terms of GDP in 2007. They have gone ahead of us at the moment. Human Development Index, we are 136. All right? I think there's a lot of ground to cover. So I'll give you a little bit of reality check, but at the same time, people call me a dangerous optimist. So I will say how a rapid, sustainable social transformation can be made for India to be up there, Bharat to be up there, so as to say. Now, I have to begin with this photograph. My very, very dear friend, my brother Vijay Bhatkar and Dr. Kalam, who has been, what should I say, a timeless inspirator as far as we are concerned. And I didn't hear the name of Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, but Dr. Vijay Bhatkar is all around. Without him, we would not be basically here. So let us remember him on this Foundation Day. I must also say that I mentioned to, Mageshji, that I have known C-DAC from its birth. I must correct myself. I have known C-DAC before its birth. I was a member of Science Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister, Rajiv Gandhi. And I remember he's asking a question as to, we are a poor country, but we must be good at something. What is it? And Rottam Narsiva responded, we are good at this. So what do we do with it? And that is where the parallel processing architecture-based high-performance supercomputer idea was born, because the basic idea was that let's not race when somebody is way, way ahead, where everybody is in power and then sort of we can go. And C-DAC has done the nation proud, as you know, the rest of the sort of history. I feel very, very proud. There's a book, India's Pathways to Success. Pune International Center has brought it out. And what we can do in the next decade, actually, to become an advanced developed country. And I'm very proud to show this. And if you read the book, you will find this. I have a chapter on science, technology, innovation. And there I have said that I have paid my humble tributes to C-DAC in the book. And there you can see that I have said, strength respects strength. And it is the growing technological strength of a nation that makes it successful in technology, that has been denied to it, that is where they score. And then I cite, as a matter of fact, what we have been able to do when Cray computer was denied, and how actually in 1998 C-DAC launched Param 10,000, which demonstrated India's capacity to build 100 gigaflop machines, and in response, US relaxed its export controls, and during the same year, Cray, which had denied the licensing of technology, itself established subsidiary in India. I mentioned this very proudly. So, Pillai Sahab, there is a fundamental as far as technology is concerned. There are 5 options. The first is buy. You can buy when you have dollars, or you can buy when somebody is willing to sell you. You'll be surprised that even civilian technologies, all right, like baby diaper, you require acrylic acid. We couldn't get that technology from Romanas. So buying is not all that easy. Second is make, and we have made pins to missiles, and you gave a proper demonstration of what we achieved. The third one is make to buy better. Because if you start making it, as a matter of fact, you develop technological expertise, and then they come. I mean, I remember Dr. Kalam always used to say, you can go and say, shake hand. They will not shake hand. They will look at the strength of your hand, and then they will do that. And that's what created. Once we achieved what we achieved, and therefore one is extremely proud. This is what I call as denial-driven innovation. Let us move on. I have been the chairman of Reliance Innovation Council. As you know, it is our biggest enterprise. And one day, Mukesh and I were talking about, and he said, Doc, we must leapfrog. So I said, do you know why the dog leaps? He said, no. I said, frog leaps. The frog leaps because he's afraid of the predator. Frog leaps because he's afraid of the enemy, and he jumps a few feet. Do you want to do that? Or do you want to pole vault? The size of the pole is the size of your aspiration. And you can reach far and beyond. And in fact, later on, I wrote a book on this leapfrogging to pole vaulting, which actually won the best business book of the year in the subsequent year. So what is this concept of leapfrogging and pole vaulting? And if you see in mobile data consumption, for example, we were rather low, but after Jio came, it's very interesting that India pole vaulted from number 156 position to number 1 position in mobile data usage after 1 year in February 17. We did not leapfrog from 156 to 100. We pole vaulted to number 1, and we continue to be number 1. And you all know now the kind of difference we are making. What UPI has done, digital payment, you know, we are reaching practically 1 billion per day, practically. And China and US put together, we are ahead of them, and so on and so forth. All right? That is pole vaulting. With speed, with scale, with sustainability. That's what actually we need to do. Now, pole vaulting to reach 50 million users, for example, telephone took 50 years, mobile took 12 years, YouTube took 4 years, Facebook took 3 years, Twitter took 2 years, but Reliance did it in 83 days. You might say, well, they have deep pocket, they can do that. I'm sorry. You have to read the book to find out the kind of innovation that was done. It's not the money. It was the whole range of innovations. Not only that, India is pole vaulting, as you can see, during the last 10 years, like world's fastest and largest financial inclusion that we looked at, JAM, Jan Dhan Yojana, and Aadhaar and mobile, and how it was fastest and what difference it made during the COVID times, isn't it? Reaching out to the poorest. Or if you see world's fastest and largest jump in mobile data consumption, about what I talk, world's fastest and largest digital payments, UPI, or world's fastest and largest deployment of light emitting diodes. From 0.2% to 88% within 7 years. 0.2% to 88%. That's a world record, by the way. How? The innovation was demand aggregation, so that the price of a 9-watt lamp would be brought from $7 to $1. It's a record. And you can see in decarbonization what difference it made. And India demonstrated that. And pole vaulting in India's, if you look at it is from, we used to call it a starting up nation, now we call it a startup nation, so as to say. And if you just see this, for example, India at 75, pole vaulting, Indian startup ecosystem, India produced more unicorn startups in 2021 than all previous years put together. That's a pole vault. Until 2016-17, we were having one unicorn. One unicorn, by the way, is $1 billion market cap. Okay, all of you know that. Okay. Now, one unicorn per year. From there, we moved to one unicorn per week, almost. Because it is not 52, it is 42. How did that change take place? When the Prime Minister talked about Digital India, access, affordably, when you talk about 4 rupees per GB mobile internet and voice free, you can quite clearly see what difference it makes. And I'm very happy to see that almost 50% of them, Pillai Sahab, come from Tier 3 cities, Tier 2 cities. So India is doing extraordinarily well as far as these headlines are concerned. But my lecture now is contrasting. The question I want to ask is, India at 75 is pole vaulting, what about Bharat at 75? Let's look at them. And for that, I'll tell you a little bit of a story. This is a young man, 8-year-old, Ved Gujar is his name. His grandfather, I am president of Swarup Vardhini, he's vice president. Swarup Vardhini looks at the poorest of the poor and helps them in education. So he brought his grandson. And I said, how can I help? He says, I have a problem. He knows everything. 8-year-old knowing everything. I said, how can that be a problem? So I said, sit down, what is your favorite subject? So he said, all subjects. I said, let's pick up one, because that was the COVID time, 2020. So I said, let's talk about biology. He said, great. I said, what is the difference between bacteria and virus? Precise answer, 8-year-old. Then I raised the bar. I said, I've heard about mutation. Do you know what is mutation? You could answer that. Then I asked about spike protein. That he approximately answered, not correctly. Then, of course, we went to DNA. And I had a picture where I'm having a breakfast with Watson. Watson and Crick got the Nobel Prize, if you remember, the double helical structure. So I said, who is he? He couldn't answer because he was an old man. Then I told him it was Watson. Tuck, Watson and Crick, which year they got the Nobel Prize. But he also said there was another lady who should have got it, 8-year-old. Then I said, you know so much about Nobel Prizes? Who won 2 Nobel Prizes? One scientist, Marie Curie, Madame Marie Curie. He told me the years also. I said, no, Linus Pauling won also 2. He said, yes, but the first one was for science, second one was for peace. 8-year-old. And not gone to school for 1 year because of COVID. That is India at 75, Ved. Now you see Bharat at 75. A boy from Salbari village of Bharat at 75, with no smartphone, a 15-year-old student commits suicide after failing to attend online classes. This is a ground reality. We have here the Ved, and we have here the children. And in fact, why did that happen? We have to ask that and how critical it was to have it. Here is mother and daughter from Bharat at 75. These are real scenes. They're not made up. There's no photoshopping here, all right? This is a reality we have to realize. But look at that lady, she understands the importance of education. Eliza, that is how the future is going to be built. And I remember there was an interesting discussion about what is the most powerful equation that scientists have developed. And of course, somebody said Newton, force equal to mass into acceleration. Somebody said Einstein, E equal to mc square. And I was sitting quiet. Somebody came to me and said, you have not said anything. I said, neither Newton nor Einstein. The most powerful equation is E equal to F. Education equal to future, right? And that's something that is absolutely obvious. Education is equal to future. And you will say, all right, as a scientist, you have shown an equation, so that's fine, but you have to prove it. I'll prove it to you. Here it is. What is the scene here? This is Rashtrapati Bhavan. And on the same day, one after the other, I and Ratan Tata got Padma Bhushan in year 2000. So how does it prove the equation? K.R. Narayanan was born in a very poor family. He used to walk kilometers to go to school. And his father and mother were so poor, they could not afford his tuition. So he would stand outside the class and take notes, and so on. I was also born in a very poor family. My father died when I was 6. I was born in a village called Mashelkar. My mother was illiterate. She brought me to Mumbai, did menial work to bring me up. I studied under street lights. I walked barefoot until I was 12. In SSC, I had stood 11th among 135,000 students, but I was still about to leave the school and take a job, you know. And then came Tata and Tata Scholarship. In K.R. Narayanan's case, exactly the same. He also got Tata Scholarship. Now, here is a very interesting picture. A president who became president because he got a start through Tata Scholarship is giving Padma Bhushan to Tata and to another Tata scholar. If this doesn't prove the equation E equal to F, it cannot. But now you would say that this Mashelkar who got 60 rupees, if he did not have, in today's time, let's say in pandemic, during the 2 years, the devices like smartphone and tablets, what would happen? He would not have been able to give him the exam. And that's exactly what happened. It was not an, the Pillai Sahib, this is something which has disturbed me enormously. That there are children from that Bharat at 75 who committed suicide. From Punjab, a class 11 student, Assam, a 15-year-old student, Maharashtra, a 15-year-old girl, I remember her name, Sakshi Paul, from Satara, near Satara. Can you imagine a 15-year-old plotting one suicide? Our hearts should bleed. Our heads should be put in shame that we have this happening. We had West Bengal, class 10 student, Kerala, 16-year-old student, Karnataka, 15-year-old student. Now here comes my technology. Supposing we had given them affordable smartphones, affordable tablets, they would not have committed suicide, right? Then what did India do? Why didn't they give that technology? This is a technology that you talked about. Now I'm talking about technology for human survival of Bharat at 75. We did that. I remember when I was a DG of CSIR, we created what was called as the New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative. And I had put a challenge, a $2,000 laptop, can you do it in $200? Affordable excellence, so as to say. And yes, there was. You can see us launching that. Vinay Deshpande from Bangalore, you might have heard about him. He created that. Later on, of course, we had this Akash, $35 tablet. But this should not be in the hands of the ministers. They should be in the hands of the children. That didn't happen. Why didn't it happen? We have to ask ourselves. And very frankly, there was something even better. You had this computer, and you would know about it, Pillai sir. The most, in fact, there's a Bruce Sterling, New York Times magazine. He said that the most significant innovation in computer technology in 2001 was not Apple's gleaming titanium PowerBook G4 or Microsoft Windows XP. It was the computer at Netlink, radically simple, portable computer intended to bring the computer revolution in the third world. It is not our word. That is a judgment of somebody abroad. In fact, if I had time, I would have explained to you the features also that actually they had. I think the question we have to ask is, what went missing in Akash, in Computer, in Mobilis? And the answer is bold and innovative public procurement policy for and of innovation. In fact, there is a book that Amitabh Kant of Niti Aayog has edited on 17 things that can make a difference to India, and I have a chapter on how public procurement policies can be sort of laid out in order to promote this. But what does one do when a product like that comes? Let's say Computer, which is ahead of the rest of the world. The government does public procurement, maybe ordering 10,000, all right? And there in the market, you get user feedback and so on and so forth. He establishes the technology, markets, business, and sort of move forward. So we require now, policies of this kind. In fact, in Master State Innovation Society, we have done it now. I happen to be the co-chairman of that with Minister of Skill Development and Transport. In fact, when we had the startup policy, I simply said the following, that a Sachin Tendulkar, at the age of 15, he scores a century in Ranji. But he doesn't get a place in test because he doesn't have 10 years experience. Startups are like that. Where is the experience? Can the normal tender processes work? They can't. So we have changed the tender processes and we give work order. You might have heard about Sagar Defense, okay? They were a startup. We gave them a work order, PCMC, our Pune Chinchwad Municipal Corporation, for this, their drones could go on the liquid and clean and all. Then they got several other, and today they have become a major supplier to Army. Opening up the doors, I think that becomes very, very important. That part of public procurement, I think we have to have. So we have all the capability, talent, technology, but what we must have is trust. And then things can basically happen. For Bharat at 75, I had coined this term Gandhian engineering. Mahatma Gandhi had said that earth provides enough to satisfy everyone's need, but not everyone's greed. Let me get more from less, basically. In fact, I joked with you because, the amount of work that you have done, he presented, I was aghast, and all that you have done for around $100 million. So I said, you are doing much more for much less. I think you need to be supported more so that you will do more and sort of better. So that is more from less. But at the same time, I would prize every invention of science made for the benefit for all. So it becomes, the benefits must go to more and more people, not restricted few. And I remember in Australia, I was honored as a fellow of the academy. And the title of my talk there was Gandhian Engineering, getting more from less for more people. And this getting more performance from less resource for more people became MLM and became quite famous. As a matter of fact, in order to understand what is it, let's say high quality hepatitis B vaccine, 40 times cheaper. You say, it can't be, no? If it is 40 times cheaper, it must not be high quality. All right? But that was done by India. And 40% of it was exported, as a matter of fact, to UN. High quality cataract eye surgery, 100 times cheaper. You must have heard about this, Arvind Eye Care. High quality open heart surgery, 20 times cheaper. Better than New York surgeons, by the way, in terms of what Devi Shetty did. Or high quality artificial fit, 300 times cheaper. And India has actually done it. This is affordable excellence. When I say high quality, it is excellence. And when I say X times cheaper, and it is not 40% cheaper. I'm talking about 40 times cheaper. That is the power that India has, as a matter of fact. So the MLM mantra creates innovation for Bharat at 75, giving access equality despite income inequality, which looks crazy. But isn't this what it is? Access equality despite income inequality. We just walk out. I was seeing on the other way, I was going to the office early morning, and there was a lady who was sweeping, and on the other hand, she was on her mobile. That's what I mean by affordable excellence. That's what I mean by catering to Bharat at 75. And this MLM mantra spread rapidly around the world. In fact, in a Harvard Business Review, C.K. Prahlad and I wrote a paper. Now it finds a place in the top 10 must-read papers. And amazingly, after we wrote that paper, World Economic Forum had a special session on more from less for more. Because they saw that in order to create a future sustainable world, this is very important. And then, of course, there was a TED talk. It has gone to 23 languages and so on and so forth on the same. And once I take up something, I go crazy. So I went around the world. For example, in Canberra, Melbourne, I had given the first talk. The second, then, I was in Washington, World Bank, actually. They created a project, by the way, for Vietnam on inclusive innovation or more from less for more, and so on and so forth. I spread the word in Asian Development Bank, for example. In Manila, they created a project. I went to Europe, for example. Brussels, they had invited me, European Commission. And in the Horizon 2020 program, they had these new elements, because these are competitive elements. Creating affordable excellence is a competitive. If you can match the quality and beat them in cost, you are a winner. And they understood its importance. And Beijing, amazingly, there was an invitation where I spoke, and several other Tokyo sustainable development goals. They wanted to see how they can be achieved by using this particular technique, so they had invited me to talk about it, and also several other countries all around the world, as a matter of fact. Now, you would say you have been speaking all around the world. What are you doing here? Well, my own CSR was doing nothing but getting more from less for more, all right? I mean, if you just see the HIV AIDS challenge, the yearly treatment for antiretroviral was $10,000. Who brought it to $200? It was a CSR laboratory, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. Mukund Gurjar, who created the technology, and Cipla used it, and the world changed, as you quite know. But personally, I wanted to do something, and in my mother's name, I created this Anjali Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Award, actually. And this was powered by the desire. Now, there, I must say, there are two conditions for awardee. Pillai Sahib, I don't believe in best practice. I believe in next practice. That next practice has to become best practice for others. That's the first condition. Making high technology work for the rich, very easy. Making low technology work for the poor, very easy. Making high technology work for the poor. These were the two conditions. And this is the 12th year of the award. And I'll give you some samples, because this is what Bharat at 75 required. Can you do an ECG test in 5 rupees, hemoglobin test in 10 rupees, and breast cancer screening in $1? The obvious answer is no. And it has all been done. Just take some examples, like Rahul Rastogi for Sanket, ECG. I wish I had brought it here. So what he did was, our normal best practice is what? You go, lie down, leads, nurse takes it, takes half an hour, right? No. Here there is a portable device. This is your heart. What you do is put your 2 thumbs for 15 seconds. There is a sensor. This is your heart. 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15, 15, 15 seconds. Within 3 minutes, if you have downloaded an app called Sanket, the ECG goes to you. You know, it was, when we gave the award, it was 6 lead. I said nothing doing, 12 lead. Tata Trust gave us the money, basically, and they have 12 lead. And you can see now where they are, as a matter of fact. This was Sanket 1.0, and this is 2.0. And 2.5 lakh devices have been sold in 8 countries. It has been fully certified, by the way. All right. And these are all young people, basically, with innovation, with compassion, with passion. Look at Mishkin Ingawale, Touch HB. For example, best practice and next practice. Best is invasive needles. You take your blood, isn't it? Not here, non-invasive. Cost per test, 150 rupees, just 10 rupees. And he created first Touch HB, which was the best practice. In a sense, he used, that's what I said, making high technology work for the poor. It had photoplethysmography, spectrophotometry, advanced software for photon scattering, making high technology work for the poor. That's what he did. But that was his best practice, which he displaced himself to create the next practice, which was this camera. You just go and look into the camera, and it captures the picture of conjunctiva and uses the method of reflectance photometry to estimate the hemoglobin content. Can you just imagine when you talk about rural health? All that you have to do is in a village put some 4 or 5 such cameras. All that you have to do is to sort of go and look into the camera. The women were not giving blood because they thought they were precious. You don't give that. You just look into the camera. That's all. It is transformative. And this is spreading like Wi-Fi now, this particular device. Or look at this 2022, you know, your health of the lung. You want to know whether you have COVID, whether you have tuberculosis, whether you have asthma. This is AI-assisted system. Basically, you just cough into it. What does it do? For example, if you look at the spirometer, which is a standard equipment, it costs $1 lakh. Here you just have a smartphone. So it is close to 0. Per test there costs 1,500 rupees. Here it is not even 1 rupee. And there it takes 90 minutes because it has, I don't know how many of you have gone through that, but if you have gone through, you'll find this is instant, so as to say. And this is again now being adopted, by the way, in various countries. Then innovation for all, $1 best screening, it is something that was created, low-cost tactile sensor, ultra-portable, accurate, minimal training, wireless, and cloud-connected, and instant results. And I'm very happy that it's going to 25 countries today by partnership with GE Life Sciences. Just $1. No woman in our village has to die out of cancer because she was not diagnosed. If you take sort of mass screening and what difference it can make. This is what Bharat at 100 needs. These are the technologies Bharat at 100 needs. And of course, here is a very interesting thing. This is about monitoring pregnant women, basically. This is IoT-based, sensor-based system, by the way, which we wear 1,000 rupees for 1,000 days, 1 rupee per day. And what fantastic difference it is making. It is spreading. Like Andhra has sort of state-wise, they're going to large number of villages there, and sort of others are similarly doing that. And also, there is another part about Bharat at 100, and that is about scavengers and scavenging. You know, Mahatma Gandhi had said sanitation is more important than political freedom, and Supreme Court had banged the government by saying sewers are gas chambers where manual scavengers are sent to die. You have heard about such pathetic cases, isn't it? And you can see the statistics here. You know, at least 4.25 million are engaged. They belong to Bharat at 75. 22,000 men die in India during various kinds of sanitation work. 1 manual scavengers die from Bharat at 100 every day. Why should that be? What can technology do for them? And the idea is man-hole is a bad word. That is man in the hole. Why should the man be in the hole? Robot should be in the hole. Machine should be in the hole. And that's what they did. They created a robot which goes there. And you can see this is access to dignity. Now you will say, come on, you're taking the jobs away from them. What they did was they trained them as a robot operator. Now you can see what difference it makes, Pillai Sahab. If the son or a daughter of that scavenger had gone to school and they asked, what does your father do? They would have put their head down and said, he's a manual scavenger. Now they can put their head up and say, he's a robot operator. Access to dignity. This is the different technology. This is the technology that India needs for Bharat at 100. All right, 22% poor, 300 million people are still below the poverty line. And they got this particular award. And I'm very happy to see, finally, these technologies will come. But policies have to change, no? Result was, our fortune was that there was a Rajya Sabha MP who was there in the award ceremony. He took it to Delhi, showed such technologies are available. One thing led to the other. I will not get into the detail. And a bill was passed that man will be replaced with machine and they will be trained. But as usual in India, you know, as you take long time, and I think in this finance minister's speech, we saw that that is now going through. But you can see what it means as a matter of fact. It has a far-reaching repercussion. It is access to dignity. They all have the right to dignity, and this is access to dignity through technology. And I'm very happy that, you know, our former president, he was very fond of such innovations which were done for Bharat at 75 and done by Bharat at 75. You know, I always say, everyone is someone. Minds on the margin are not marginal minds. And therefore, these grassroots innovators, you know, Professor Anil Gandhi, Gupta, and so on and so forth. So we used to do that. And there is an exhibition there. And now, of course, these awards have been created. Gandhi and Young Technological Innovation Award. You can see the Honorable Vice President and the Minister of Science and Technology and Professor Anil Gupta, who has been the spirit behind it. And I was very proud that when the former president, Mukherjee ji, actually had his last program in Rashtrapati Bhavan, last formal program, you know what he chose to do? And you can see here our Honorable Prime Minister, the incoming President, the Vice President, Professor Gupta and myself, all there. And the book, you'll be happy to hear, it was about innovations that are done by Bharat at 75 and for Bharat at 75. What a proud moment how he basically chose it. So I think there is a great deal of recognition. What we need now, this is my last 3 slides, paradigm shift. Making high technology work for India at 75, no big deal. Making low technology work for Bharat at 75, no big deal. Making high technology work for Bharat at 75, but with affordable excellence. All right, so the dream is to have a smile on the face of each one of the 1.4 billion Indians and not just a privileged few. That is basically the idea. And you can see here, when I said affordable excellence, this is excellence. This foot, for example, that he's wearing is $12,000 with lots of features and so on. But it is excellent but not affordable. What one does is a $28 foot, Jaipur foot, basically, which is both excellence and affordable. So you would say affordable we can see, $28. How come it is excellent? And this is what will show you why it is excellent. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You can see that he's wearing this Jaipur foot and he climbs on the tree. See the flexibility. I think as a, those of you who are interested in materials will see what is the flexibility of this foot. And you can see the excellence now in terms of the strength. He jumps. And then what happens? He asked some questions, and then he was asked, did it hurt? No, not at all. And then see what he does. He runs. And he can run a kilometer in 4 minutes, 30 seconds. So before I end my lecture, I want to ask you, I've counted, by the way, there are around 80 people here. How many of you can run a kilometer in 4 minutes, 30 seconds? Please raise your hands. Come on. Come on. At least one. आप भी नहीं? अरे who is the youngest in the crowd? एक तो हाथ करो. एक है नहीं, वो बाहर भी नहीं है. What does that mean? This is a significance. One hand. So 1 out of 80. What does that mean? He belonged to Bharat at 75, with one leg gone, half leg gone. But he could beat India at 75. All of you are India at 75. Why? Because he was given a technology that belonged to the affordable excellence category. Entire India can change if we do this. That is the message of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful talk and showing us how technology can be put to best use for humanity. As a token of our gratitude, I request our Director General to kindly present the mementos to our esteemed guests. As we reach the conclusion of the 36th Foundation Day celebration, I request Shri Sunil Misarji, Registrar C-DAC, for the vote of thanks.
I also realize that we are beyond our scheduled time, so I should not take even a minute more than what is required. But then, let's be grateful to people, those who make us happy. They are the charming gardeners who make our souls blossom. Somebody else said, I did not say this. So, before we end this program, it will be fitting to at least express our gratitude toward the people, those who made us happy and made our souls blossom. At least 2 of the people who made our souls blossom are sitting here on the table. And we should also be grateful to C-DAC, because C-DAC, I believe, is a nursery of human growth and development. And our bosses, some of them who are sitting there and some of them who are sitting here, are the gardeners who have nurtured us. So unless we express our happiness and our gratitude toward the people, those who made us, our souls blossom, and who nurtured us, it will not be complete. Sir, I heard you first in my first Foundation Day in 1994. Some things have changed. I was standing somewhere in that corner in a corridor. I did not get a chair to sit. Dr. Karnik, who is sitting here, was standing here and comparing the program, and we heard you. But something which has not changed is your passion, the way you inspire us, and we are indeed grateful that you're here. You have seen you said it in your speech also, you have seen C-DAC's entire journey from previous to birth till today. What I consider more important is that some inflection points in C-DAC's life you have pushed us a step ahead. And today you are here. I'm sure somebody like me was standing there in the corridor, gets inspired by hearing you. Sir, we cherish your presence. We are indeed thankful to you. We are also thankful to Professor Pillai. Sir, you have your deep desire to be physically here, and the promptness with which you confirmed you are coming here, the amount of effort that you took to make your travel plans and be here, indeed we are touched. I must confess, from your address, many of the technological things I did not understand. What I understood is your insights about customer delight, your insights about leadership, and your insights about the organizational processes that you talked. There are few of us like me here, very small population. Large population is technology oriented. They would have understood your speech. But even people like me who are in a minority could get the insights about how an organization grows, how an organization becomes self-sustaining, and what is the role a leader plays in that. I'm sure, sir, some of us would have ignited our torches by your speech, and some of us will like to emulate the path that you have taken. We are indeed grateful that you have taken such a lot of effort to be here physically and personally. We are also grateful to our Secretary MEITY. Actually, he's the person who shows us the path and what C-DAC needs to do in that path. Today's speech by our Secretary indeed talked about what was the national need 30 years back, what is the national need today, and he did spell out very clearly what role C-DAC needs to play in that. These kind of addresses are very, very valuable. The other person that we need to be very thankful to is Sunita Verma. I'm a student of management. We have a theory called linking pin. Linking pins are the pins that connect two different departments or two different groups. She is indeed a linking pin for us. Our approach to MEITY is only through her, and at many times she has been exhorting us, she has been pushing us to surpass our previous benchmarks. Today also in her speech, in some way she was exhorting that please surpass your previous benchmarks. We are indeed grateful that despite this busy schedule which they have there in MEITY, they came online and addressed us. I'm sure a lot of people would have got some insights from there. DG, in a way, DG is a host and is also an important speaker. He always has some appreciative words to project the efforts of C-DACians in front of people, particularly in forums like this and some other forums. Sir, whatever you spoke at length, I'm sure somebody there in the crowd would have seen that your slide covered his effort also, and they would have got really inspired that my DG is also talking about me. Thank you, sir, for a detailed presentation on the efforts that C-DACians have taken in last year. Last but not the least important, any event like this cannot happen without an unseen army of individuals, whether it is the facilitation team led by smiling people like Pavnikarji, or the technology infrastructure support team led by Anjumara, or the people who gave us refreshments throughout the program, and countless people who made this happen. The days become memorable because of the effort these people put. I think we depend on them always, and we never express that we depend on them. They deserve a round of applause from us for making this thing happen. And most important, these kind of events become grand and they become memorable because of the people who come here. A lot of former C-DACians have come, like our DG CMAT, and a lot of important dignitaries have come here. Many have joined us on a webcast. This fraternity is what makes the events grand. So, last but not the least important, a salute to the entire C-DAC fraternity for making such events grand. Thank you, and I hope you will announce the refreshments.
Thank you, sir. We conclude today's ceremony with a Pasayadan composed by Sant Dhyaneshwar. I now invite Ms. Lakshmi Panatji to come up on the stage to present the Pasayadan. Thank you.
आता विश्वात्मके देवे येणे वाग्यज्ञे तोषावे तोषो निमजद्यावे पसायदान हे जे खळांची व्यंकटी सांडो तया सत्कर्मी रती वाढो भूता परस्परे पडो मैत्र जीवांचे दुरितांचे विश्वस्वधर्म सूर्ये पाहो जो जेवांशील तो तेलाहो प्राणिजात वर्षत सकळ मंगळी ईश्वर निष्ठांची मांदियाळी अनवरत भूमंडळी भेटतू भूता चला कल्पतरूंचे आरव चेतना चिंतामणींचे गाव बोलते जे अर्णव पीयूषाचे चंद्रमेजे अलांछन मार्तंड जे तापहीन ते सर्वाही सदा सज्जन सोय रे होतो किंबहुना सर्वसुखी पूर्ण होनी तिन्ही लोकी भजिजो आदि पुरुखी अखंडित आणि ग्रंथोपजीविये विशेषी लोकी दृष्टादृष्ट विजये हो आवे जी येथ म्हणे श्री विश्वेश्वरावो हा होईल दान पसावो येणे वरे ज्ञान देवो सुखिया झाला सुखिया झाला
Thank you, madam. And thank you all for being part of today's celebration. The program was successful only because of your participation, and you have been a wonderful audience. Thank you, everyone, and wish you a very happy Gudi Padwa. High-tea arrangements for our chief guests, VIPs and HODs have been made on the second floor, and high-tea arrangements for C-DAC employees have been made at rooftop. We request you all to please head for the refreshments. Thank you.